Good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. My name is Alex and I'll be coming to you live from the waterholes in Kikuyu, Mashatu and Djuma. And during the course of today we should also be joined by Lauren and Davy in Madikwe. And should the inclement weather in Amakhala break, we will touch base with Andrew as well. But it has already been a beautiful day of sightings, some of the bigger and smaller things from the bush. So things like elephants, buffalo, some praying mantis, and even some birding. Also on the sunrise safari, Kelly was very excited to meet Mrs. Wig, and Lauren has already made our cat today with Lion in Madikwe. So hopefully that is a trend that continues, and we do get to show you some predators as well. But it does look to be a rather fantastic day already. So we are just waiting for some of the zebra and the gemsbok to come down. As you can see, there's quite a lot of bird life already at the waterhole here in Kikuyu. Lots of doves, and I did hear some of the Namakwa sandgrouse just now as well. So it is going to be a rather warm day, at least up here, and we should see quite a number of different animals coming through. And we will keep a track of how many species we do see throughout the day too. So I will keep you updated with that. And where we can, we will try and focus on a few birds here and there. There are a few of the migratory birds that have already started to come through. So it's always great to hear something different and always great to welcome them back. Hi, Margaret. And I do just want to check. I'm pretty sure we do. I haven't heard anything though. I have heard in Mashatu and in Djuma, but it is very likely that these lilac-breasted rollers are here. And they do make quite a raucous sound as well. So being such a pretty bird, they don't have the nicest call either. But it is coming into their breeding season, and that is when you hear them making the most noise. And we definitely do get the lilac-breasted roller up there as well. So if we do hear, I will call it out. But it will be quite tough to ping them down. They do like having a few nesting or perching sites as well, and you do see them rolling at this time of year as well. So that characteristic rolling, that's where they also get their name, the roller, along with the other family members too. So if we do hear, we will obviously call it out, and if we do ever get a good picture, we will make sure that we show you as well. But what a cool bird, and there's so many fascinating things about lilac-breasted rollers as well. They've also been known to be used, so the tail feathers, or the feathers at least, being used as proposals, so kind of like engagement rings as well in some cultures, depending on where we are. And it actually used to be a national bird of Botswana before the Kori busted. At least that's from what my teachings have told me. Hi Sandra, it has increased, but I would think it's around 450 odd at the moment. I do need to capitalize on some Palearctic birds too, kind of increase that, but I generally keep my bird lists quite narrow and focus on the areas that I'm in, but it's definitely rather broad. But I was very fortunate yesterday on my way back to Johannesburg. I did get to see my favorite eagle, the crowned eagle, so that was quite fantastic. I loved that. They really are fantastic birds. It does look like we have some kudu approaching us. So we've got some gemsbok, a few zebra, and some kudu that look like they are interested in coming down to drink. But no one's actually come to the water just yet. There were some black-faced impala just now. But everyone's a little bit hesitant at the moment. I think that's to do with the cooler morning weather at the moment. So we are just going to hold off, but it does look like the kudu are getting interested. So we'll see who's the first. But as we wait for these guys, let's just have a look at what the weather is doing across all of our locations today. today. It has been exceptionally hot of late. We have started to have some rain at least, so that should hopefully break the heat wave that has been around. I know at least it was at 42 degrees odd for the last 2 days in the Lowveld, so that was interesting to be spending time in, but rather pleasant getting back to a cooler Johannesburg yesterday. So we're just going to sit and wait and see. It does seem that, as I was saying earlier, everyone is a little bit hesitant to get to the water just at the moment. But that has allowed for a lot more of the birds to spend some time as well. So when we do get to see them, we will obviously get a little bit closer and just see how they go about getting their first morning drink. Always such a fantastic sight from here, just looking at the concrete stones that are obviously remnants of the old lake up here in Etosha. That's also what gives us this white background, and it's kind of almost Martian as well. We do have a nice little herd of zebra coming through too, so we have noted quite a number of zebra, at least at this waterhole. It's always great to see them in great numbers like they have been coming through here. From what I can see, some springbok in the background as well. So we're definitely climbing up on our species lists. And obviously coming from different locations, we do get to showcase a number of different species as well as subspecies. So it is fantastic. It's also great to be able to talk about them as well. Hi Sammy, so it is rather dry up here, so we won't necessarily have all the water dependent kingfishers, striped and possibly the brown headed, as well as there might be the odd pied around too. Depending on the water course, there could even be some transferring malachite kingfishers as well. But I will double check just to make sure that I am correct on that. So I'm just going to pull up a bird list from Etosha. Those are the birds that I would assume to see here. So kingfishers aren't only found on the water, they do take a lot of insect life as well, and we do find them in the bush, so they don't necessarily have to be on water.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week, our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind-the-scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox. Love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
So we are slowly getting these kudu coming down. They seem to be the most tempted. And what's interesting to note is these are the greater kudu, and you also get the lesser kudu. And lesser kudu is actually found in Eastern Africa. Very pretty antelope and a little bit smaller, obviously given the name lesser kudu. Hi Andrew, so like all horns will be made out of keratin. But there will be a bony base to that off the skull. And the rest of that horn will be a keratin substance. So I'm sorry that we do have the sound in the background of those angle grinders. It is due to the fact that we are right on the main camp in Etosha. And there's clearly some maintenance that is going on, and it needs to be attended to. So please do excuse it. And this might also be the reason why those kudu have definitely run off. We might notice that there are a few other antelope that are a bit wary just due to there being people on the ground. So as we do have this maintenance that is going on, it's probably better for us to go somewhere else so we don't have to immerse ourselves into the sound of maintenance. We can rather immerse ourselves into the bush and wildlife. So in saying that, let us go and see what is happening this morning in Mshatu. So a rather quiet morning it seems. It was quite busy on the waterhole just now. Unfortunately we did have to leave Kikuyu, but we will keep an eye out because there's lots going on here always. Being the land of the giants, we will definitely have some elephant as well. So let us just scan around. We can also just take it in and see what is going on over here. Sure, Kevin, that is a very good question and a rather tough one, and I will have to just double check, but at least for me, off the top of my head, I would say ostrich, possibly even ground hornbill, maybe even Veru eagle owl. But I will have a look for you and get back, but I think of the three that I note, those will be the ones that will probably have the lowest calls, at least in Africa. So I just want to have a pan and scan around. I can hear helmeted guinea fowl. Let's just have a look here because maybe we'll see our friend the croc. He has been a bit scarce. I've only seen him a few times and unfortunately not when we've been escaping to nature. Hi Karen, so I saw the croc about 2 weeks ago. I was away for a bit, but I did see him around 2 weeks ago, so within 10 days, 2 weeks ago. So I think he hides under here, and with it being quite hot, he can actually also then, because he can heat up throughout the day, being ectothermic, so he can move around at night. And it's not uncommon to see crocs swimming at night either. And what's very interesting is when you do have a spotlight and you are looking on water surfaces, you will note a red eye. And that will be a croc. A red eye obviously in the water though. So what's interesting is I was just looking at what bird has the lowest call, and it actually is a family of the ostrich. It's actually the cassowary. So in Africa, at least, I would assume that booming call would probably be the ostrich or the ground hornbill. They do sound quite similar, sometimes mistaken for lions roaring. can also hear the Meave starling calling. And we do get quite a lot of them here as well. Hi, Carol. So some birds do have something similar. So ground hornbills, I suppose even chickens will have something similar to a dewlap, but it won't be a dewlap either. These are other adaptations that have obviously evolved to have. So even Kori bustards, they also have that kind of, and I forget the terminology of it right now. However, they do have the ability to obviously expand, and it's generally through mating practices and in mating seasons when you do see these things. So it's really cool when you actually see them doing their breeding displays and that as well. So it's almost like an expanded throat packet that they do have. But you also do see the birds when they are hot and overheating doing something called gular flapping. And gular flapping is what helps them regulate their temperature when it is very hot. We do have our first wildebeest of the day, and that is fantastic because we get to increase our mammal list already of the day. So we are inching ever closely to what we generally get at around 12 to 13 mammal species. But we could see some interesting things today. So we have had hyena wallowing here. We have a jackal in the last week as well. Nice mongoose and also baboon. So nice to see the different animals coming through. And if we do get anything else that's very interesting, because there is quite a lot of interesting things around. There we go. We've got some bee eaters. We will obviously call them out. Did just have some white-fronted bee eaters. I haven't heard them here yet. I did hear the European the other day, so it's quite cool. But we are also close to the Limpopo River, so they will actually be nesting in the banks along the Limpopo, as well as some of the dry river courses here as well in Mashatu. And we also have the carmine bee eater that is here, and the little. Very colourful birds. Always great to hear them in the area. Hi Matthew. So of the perennial rivers, there is the Limpopo and the Shashi. And the Shashi is what separates Botswana as a borderline and Zimbabwe, and Limpopo obviously separating South Africa, Botswana and Zim. So those are the two main perennial rivers, and there's also another river further east of us called the Matlatsi River. It happened to be where I also trained on, living in a dome tent on the Matlatsi River. But there are a number of others that do run in central Mashatu. It really is a fascinating area. Do forget the names of them though. But it's a fascinating area and one to definitely visit. It's a bucket list area for most people that love the bush. So we do have one of our Egyptian geese here. They did have some goslings the other day too. But they lost a few, and there was only one last time I was here. So I'm hoping it has survived. But it looks like this one is currently enjoying some rest. So we will get on and have a look and see what else is around. Also just note how much bigger the waterhole has gotten the last few days. So the wallowing area off the waterhole, right at the back. So I will try and get across there. Generally are some warthog, other things that do come through. And there is a warthog there already, so they are going to be wallowing for most of the day, I'm sure. And the elephant love playing there too, so we will just have a look I'm hoping the wind will play ball with us so we don't have a shaky frame. It's always fun seeing a warthog wallow. But you can see it has got markedly bigger already, even in a week. It's quite cool to just see how these wallowings and the rest just adapt, just with the amount of numbers of animals actually coming through and doing exactly that. Wallowing and enjoying the mud that is around there, and obviously expanding it. Lots of bird life at the moment, quite a few doves, as well as these warthog drinking. So it's clearly not hot enough for them to get into the mud, but that will definitely change throughout the day as it does get hotter. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. So just as these warthog immerse themselves in the mud, please do remember this is a live and immersive experience, and also your safari. So please do send through any conversations, chats, questions, interesting things you might have noted. We love to chat with you, answer your questions, even just interact in any way that you guys see possible. So please do send through anything you wish to chat about. I can see some quelea there already on the other side. Very small birds. It seems that the goose is woken up. See quite a raucous sound, but definitely not uncommon in South Africa, or Africa at least. Many people have heard that sound. Sadly, it looks like the warthog are moving off for now. So we'll keep a lookout because there's lots going on here always. I'm just going to come out and just have a look and see what else might be happening on the other side of the dam. Hi Elizabeth. So to communicate, obviously elephant as you mentioned, and there will definitely be unaudible sounds that giraffe make too, and also rhino. So we do have another warthog there, and I am just trying to come out a bit of frame because it is quite windy. I can see a number of quelea on the other side of the dam too, so you can see just those little birds coming in, getting a quick drink of water and then flying off. So a nice big warthog boar on this side of the dam. Those were far smaller in body size. But let's just keep looking and panning through, because sometimes we do see animals coming through the bush to get to the waterhole. And the other day, definitely, there were tons of ellies all around. So we do have some of the guinea fowl there on the right of the frame. And they do occur in large numbers here as well, so we will see them in far bigger flocks too. There's always something interesting going on with them, because they kind of chase each other around like road runners as well. And there's always a chat, but always a good marker as well for if there are any predators or anything in the area. They do alarm call quite a lot. So as this warthog over here and these guinea fowl decide to have a morning drink, it's time for us to go and say good morning to Lauren across in Madikwe.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a stinking hot morning here in Madikwe Game Reserve already. The river, Crockdrift, is about to get very active. Oh yes, sir, on the other side. This is very exciting. We've got our first herd of elephants coming down to the river. My name is Lauren. I do have Davy on camera, and good morning to you all from South Africa. Here they are. Hello, everyone. I thought you guys would like the river. They're in such a hurry. Go, go, go. This is my first ellie herd sighting at the river. Andy, you're saying Madikwe elephants have to be your favorite. Oh, the sightings we have had with elephants have been nothing short of spectacular, really. Had no negative interactions whatsoever. Andy, I agree. I do love the herd in Amakala. Davy, do you see the elephant? 1, 2, 3 back. It's got a very stained brown tusk. Do you see that? I've never seen that before. Ah, it's broken. That's why. Is it? I don't know. Maybe not. I've never seen that color of tusk on an elephant before. I knew the river was a good place to come. We've got so much life around. The ellies will leave, so we'll obviously spend a little bit of time looking at them. Then we'll do some birding. And then just see what else comes down. I want to be in that river. Oh. I used to love jumping in rivers when I was young. We have a river not too far away from our house. And rivers, you shouldn't actually say river, you should always say river system. Dust to the face, excuse me. Ugh. Unless you are specifically talking about one element of the river, because it's an entire system at play. it infiltrates the ground, so you've got really healthy groundwater. It affects the vegetation, the drainage lines. The water is not always just what you see. If you think about what we used to do in the Sabi Sands in Mowati, we used to dig and you can get water. So even though you don't see water flowing in the Mowati, there is water there, and it's a system and it's providing for all. And that's very often what happens in desert environments. There is more water than you think there is. And because it's flowing, which this river is, obviously at low levels, I can imagine during the rainy season it gets much fuller, but it's flowing, so it's oxygenated. So it's a very healthy system for all the organisms inside, such as the fish. And there are no hippos that I know of, at least in this area. And of course, it's going to be really fresh, oxygenated, delicious water for all the animals. So I can imagine many species will come specifically here for that. If you think of a dam like Treehouse Dam or the Juma Dam, when it's not rainy season, it's very stagnant. There's no inflow. There's no rain bringing oxygen. There's no other source of water bringing oxygen. There are hippos, our good old friend Dewey, who will defecate in there, which will bring high levels of bacteria. And it's not that that will damage the animals, but it definitely will not be as fresh or as delicious as the water from a flowing river. Water bodies can become very stagnant. The more bacteria, they consume oxygen, so it deoxygenates the water, which is fine until a threshold. Then it becomes hypoxic, which is low oxygen, and then it becomes anoxic, which is no oxygen. And once you have no oxygen in a water body, fish will start to die off, harmful algal blooms will start to flourish, smells. It really will not be a pleasant environment, and you will find animals, especially like elephants, will just avoid it. I did touch on this the other day, but that's exactly what happened at Chitwa Dam, one of the dams in sort of the Juma area that we traverse. It just didn't receive any inflow, and because of sort of drought times, more hippos joined Chitwa Dam. So the carrying capacity for Chitwa Dam was just far too much. There were far too many hippos and not enough water. And in bodies of water like that, when that situation happens, you will find ammonia, methane, hydrogen sulfide, all that sorts of things that will smell. But some fish like catfish and other fish that you find in those sort of dams will be resilient to ammonia to some level. Some species have different tolerance to chemicals like ammonia and oxygen than others. Gavin, elephants won't lead me, but they will always go to water, yes, especially the freshest of water. They very much map their days moving from water point to water point, really, especially in areas like where we are right now in Madikwe, which is sort of mostly arid desert environment. And they will choose the freshest water available. Naturally, if it's a drought and they're stranded and there's nothing else, they will drink water that isn't probably the freshest. But elephants are known to be extremely, extremely fussy. Oh, Davy, look, we've got a bee-eater and a kingfisher almost on the same part of the tree. Do you see that? It's a white-fronted beater. Just below it is a pied... Oh, birds, really? You give me such a headache. Okay, we still have the pied kingfisher. But yes, elephants will always seek, and they seek it through smell. They can smell water. They'll also dig for it using their trunk. They're renowned for that. Oh. I think we just regurgitated something. How lovely. Oh, it's hunting Davy. Oh, splash. I wonder if he caught something. But back on this side, we do have 1, 2, 3, 4 bee eaters that I tried to find earlier. It's becoming a lot more active with birds now. It's got us heating up. And these are the white-fronted bee eaters. Stunning. Nope, not that one. Down. There we go. They just love this tree. It's actually really nice to spend some time near the river. I can't smell water like elephants can, but I definitely am fussy about drinking water, that's for sure.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
Darby, do you see all the quilias? I think it's the quilias drinking at the water's edge. Oh no! Why do birds do this to me? I'll let you just give it a moment, they might come back down again. They're very flighty birds. They tend to follow as well. So if one swoops down to the river, you'll find that they all do. I actually find birds so stressful. We put one on camera and by the time we go live, it's literally just an empty branch and it's so embarrassing. You say, oh, there they come, see? I'm pretty sure it's the quilias. Michelle, me too. Me too. I will definitely go quiet a lot. That's what Escape to Nature is all about. It's not about talking. You don't want to hear my voice. You want to hear the sounds of nature. So I'm just going to let you enjoy this for a moment or two. Isn't it just so wonderful? Definitely going to stay here for longer, see what else comes down to the river. But you guys are going to head back over to Alex in Mashatu.
Thanks, Lauren. And we do have some awesome scenes here. First Ellies of the day in Mashatu, as well as a nice herd of impala and those warthog. But we are going to just pan across here because this is a rather large herd. It's always great to just see Ellies taking in water, because they do spend majority of their day actually feeding and grazing. I am hoping that we do get them in the waterhole just now as well, but I'm sure that'll happen as the day gets hotter. They all seem to be rather relaxed, happy that the other animals are around. Obviously they have the access to the freshest water. It's interesting that these impala aren't that skittish with the croc around. However, I'm sure they are aware of it. Always is interesting though when you see Game vehicles on reserves all parked around predator sightings, and impala blissfully unaware that those predators are right there. But they are very fast, nimble, and very graceful animals as well, so they do have those benefits. Hi, David. So that's a very interesting question, because obviously they will draw it into their trunk, the water at least, and then spray themselves or throw it down their throats. So that's how they drink. So unlike a camel, which will actually use their humps to store water and moisture, ellies won't necessarily walk off with water held and drawn into their trunks, because they use their trunks for so many different things. So their sense of smell is incredibly good, and it is predominantly their major sense that they do use. So it's not likely that they would keep that water or store that water in their trunks for very long periods of time. So they would rather just draw it in, either spray or splash it over themselves, or drink it, or splash it around. So they also obviously use their trunks to get feed and browse or graze. So it wouldn't make sense to store all that water in those trunks. I think it is still quite cool. It is obviously starting to get rather warm, and these ellies are definitely drinking. None of them seem to be taking the opportunity to rest. So while the water is a bit cooler, obviously top up on the cooler water. Maybe rest throughout the day. It does look like some cool interaction going on there though anyway. And it looks like a mix of some bulls and a breeding herd. A small breeding herd at least, but there are definitely some bulls around as well. Very peaceful morning here in Mashatu, at least right now. No one's being boisterous or throwing their weight around, which is interesting to see, because ellies do that, and they will actively push other animals away from the water source if they want to. Great just to have them milling around, and obviously starting to get into that wallow that's in the back there. Quite a windy day. You would have just seen a little dust devil through the left hand side of the camera and the screen. We've got our first ellies really getting involved in applying their sunscreen for the day. It probably indicates that these guys are going to push off and feed. As I was saying, they do spend around 80% of their days feeding. Lots of blue wax bills as well, I can hear in the background too. as these ellies start to cover themselves in mud, you should see one or two of them actually spray themselves with some sand or some dust, a little dust bath after this. You can note obviously the difference in coloration then from there. Just having that wet mud applied, even their feet there. So on this individual right in front of us, you can even see her feet kind of looks like she's got socks on. Watching the little ones in the mud and in the water is always the best because they really do get involved, and this one's doing exactly that. Probably going to run off quickly when it realizes that everyone else is leaving it. Someone's not too happy. So I do just want to make sure that we don't miss anyone else that might have snuck through. So I could hear someone splashing water on themselves quite close to us. It's not on this side. Hi Elizabeth, so obviously elephant will use those low-level bass vibrations to communicate, and they feel them through the pads in their feet and obviously through their skeletal structure, their bones. And other animals that will use this or a low and audible bass are giraffe. Giraffe do that as well, although they won't feel it through their feet, but they do communicate through a very low level, as well as rhino as well. And rhino also have a very high-pitched level of communication as well. So when you ever see a rhino that's over exuberant as well, you always notice the very high-pitched sound that they also make. It's quite nasal, but a number of animals will also use that too. So bearing in mind, as humans, we can't hear those levels of basses, or that level of tone of bass. So that is also why they are able to make audio contact for such far and greater distances. So even lions roaring and then being able to hear those roars for 4Ks or so, it's rather impressive when you think about it. But obviously sound does travel further at night, so they do, and they are able to actually make contact over greater distances in that time. That's purely to do with the heat in the day. But it seems like our visitors have left us momentarily up here in Mshatu, but it is time to go and see who Lauren has visiting her in Madikwe.
Nowhere arrived the buffalo. Out of nowhere. How wonderful is this, everyone? It's a huge herd. Come on, guys, don't drink off to the side there. Come down this way. Ah, spectacular. See, this is not a water hole, this is a river, and I just knew that it would attract lots of species here. Oh, wow. We haven't really had an amazing buffalo herd sighting yet. Dagaboys, yes. The Dagaboys are everywhere. It's like the Mara River, but with buffalo, and not wildebeest. Look at that little calf. This is so lovely. I'm just going to let you guys enjoy this for a moment because this is really quite special. Look at that one that's just decided to drink and lie down at the same time. Oh well, I guess that's sufficient. Gabrielle, I'm going to steal that word. Why have I not been using that word? Thank you. Infectious. Infectious. I love it. It's spot on. When you see any being, actually, even for me, damselfly, dragonfly, when you see any creature getting excited about water, it's infectious. You feel it. Because humans also, most humans, like water. The ocean, rivers, even if you don't like to go in it, even if you can't swim or you have a fear, most people enjoy being around water. Dams, lakes. We swim in it, we dive in it. We do water sports. We skate on them when they're frozen. I think most humans, unless you do have some sort of trauma, really relate to water. And I love that word. Thank you, Gabrielle. Infectious. This is very unexpected, everyone. Davy and I were not aware of a buffalo herd nearby. The property that they came from is actually a separate property called Makanyani, which means wild dog, and it's not part of our traverse for the most part. So we didn't know they were there. We kindly got invited onto Makanyani the other day, and that's where we saw the lions. How many buffalo do you think are there, Davy?
Over 50.
JP, what about me? I found them. I'm only joking, they literally walked to the river. Davy, JP is saying thank you for your great camera work on this amazing sighting.
JP, you legend.
JP, you legend. That was the response. No, it is. It really is a lovely sighting. Considering we just had elephants here moments ago, and it always strikes a chord with me, the ebb and flow of the bush. Nothing is really linear. There's nothing... Someone said to us the other night, they were looking at one of Davy's stunning photos of a brown hyena. It's his desktop photo background on his laptop, whatever you want to call it. And someone said, you know, that doesn't actually exist. That was a moment that you were lucky enough to capture, but it's gone. It's long gone. So although it is now a photo on Davy's computer, the actual moment doesn't exist. And that's what's so special about the wild. There's a lot of skill involved. I've met some of the most incredible trackers, not me. There's also a lot of luck. There's a lot of understanding the bush and a lot of being in the right place at the right time. And the best way to try and navigate the bush from my perspective is sort of taking on a theriomorphic approach. Become the animal that you are describing. Become the animal that you want to see. Think like that animal. And although we will never really be able to think like that animal, it's completely out with our realm, as Thomas Nagel said about the bats, but still try and think, okay, I want to find those lions. This is where they were. This is, put together all the pieces as if you were the lion. It takes a while to be good at that. And I think it's just really precious that moments ago, a huge herd of elephants, they've gone. And in comes this stunning buffalo herd. Completely unexpected. And sometimes in the wild, I think humans are guilty, myself included, of sometimes underestimating the prey species, and I use that term very loosely because at the end of the day they do get caught by the predators. So sometimes we look at the predators as being better or higher achievers or more powerful beings. Sometimes those prey species are thought to be more of the underdogs. But actually, it's not really how it works. And there's a fantastic concept in evolutionary biology that is called the Red Queen. And James Hendry gave me the book called The Red Queen. I recommend it. And it's basically a concept that is named after the chess piece that meets Alice and Alice Through the Looking Glass, not Alice in Wonderland. And it's all about how she is perpetually running, constantly running, but doesn't get anywhere. She doesn't get very far at all. And that is because the landscape is moving with her. So she's running, the landscape's also moving. She's not getting anywhere. And it's influenced by an idea in evolutionary biology that sort of the faster you run, if you like, the more the world moves with you and the less you make progress. And I think that's quite poignant in so many ways for our own life, but especially to the wild. And when you want to think of an example of this, you look at predator and prey. That evolutionary arms race that is just constant in the predator-prey relationship, and it's a lot more complicated than just predator and prey. And the polar bear is a really good example of that. And I know we're not looking at polar bears, but believe it or not, the polar bears used to look like the buffalo in terms of coloration. They did not have horns or anything like that. But they are now, we know them as white bears. But once upon a time they were brown. And once upon a time it was probably really easy for these brown bears to sneak up on the seals on the ice, because the seals had no knowledge of the predators and no fear, no tactics, and the bears were probably very successful at hunting those seals. But soon things start to shift. Remember, nothing in nature was static. And the more nervous, timid seals actually tended to live longer than the trusted ones, because they were showing signs that they were slowly understanding that threats were on every corner. You've got to look out for the incoming brown spot or sounds or smells or however they were sensing the predator. So that gene sort of prevailed, and that meant that over a long period of time seals became more and more wary. So they changed their behavior. Over time there was a behavioral shift. So what does that mean for the bears, the polar bears? Well, over time life became really difficult for the bears because the seals were no longer easy to catch. So they had to creep up on the seals really stealthily, change their tactics, change their behavior. But of course the seals could see them coming. They're brown in a snow environment against a white landscape. So one day, and it probably wasn't sudden, I think it would be over a long period of time, I would imagine. But one day, by a chance mutation, and this is a Red Queen at play, one of the brown polar bears had cubs. And these cubs were white instead of brown. The evolutionary arms race flips on its head once again. And these cubs thrived. Why did they thrive? Because the seals did not see them coming. The seals are looking for brown. The threat is associated with brown. And lo and behold, a new generation of bears was born, and that is why, the sort of evolutionary history of polar bears becoming white. So I'm not talking about short moments in time. This takes place over long periods in time, but there is always an arms race at play. Predator versus prey. And when you study this concept, but it's a really good book, and I always try to remember the Red Queen concept when looking at various different species that we sort of just say as prey. because there's such a struggle and such a constant dynamic between the two that maybe one day things will change. Maybe one day in the future, when we will no longer be alive, that buffaloes will hunt lions. Sounds really unlikely, I know. But the two sort of species are never static. The predator will race ahead, but then the prey will catch up and may overtake and then race ahead. And that's what I always think when I see buffalo. Buffalo are far more superior and fantastic than I think a lot of people give them credit for.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
They have almost all disappeared. In moments they will be gone. I wonder what else will come. There is a young elephant carcass nearby, which is really not pleasant. However, we may just check on it a few times just to see if the situation has changed. It's always good to follow the story. You see a lot of interactions at carcasses and a lot of different dynamics between species. But I think for now, this river is just delivering too much. So we're going to sit here for a while and you guys are going to go back over to Alex in Mashatu.
Thanks, Lauren. And just as your buffalo have decided to disappear, our elephant have disappeared, and just about everything else. So we are just going to sit here because when you are on waterholes, it's always fantastic just to sit and listen and wait for the approach. So I sometimes term it, but waiting for the approach and waiting to see what actually does come through. And obviously in Mashatu we do have a number, and there are a number of different predators around, and they are in good numbers too. So at some point, I'm hoping that we do get some cheetah or something else that might decide to meander on through. But there are also some interesting little canids in that around as well. So I know that within this area where we are right now, there are a few little bat-eared fox, and there is also aardwolf in the area too. So not to say that we will definitely get them, but I'm hoping at some point we do get to showcase those species as well. But we are just going to scan and play around and just wait to see what does come through, because this is a very active waterhole, and it's not going to be like this for very long either. We have lots of doves around as well today. It was quite special just listening to the different birds that are around as well in these waterholes. Hi, Cassie. Sure. I have seen black mamba hunting Birchall's kukul at a waterhole before. That was rather fascinating because the Birchall's kukul was actually dive bombing the mamba, and the mamba was actively hunting it as well. But there was also a nest around, and the kukul's nest was right there, although they are quite big birds. The mamba was pretty big itself, so it was definitely looking to find a meal, either with the eggs or the kukul. But the kukul then eventually did see it and was then dive bombing it, and it was a very special sighting. I think that is probably one of the more interesting things I have seen at a waterhole. Obviously, every now and then, python and that do also show themselves up at waterholes. They are quite aquatic too, so they do lay ambushes much like crocodiles, and they will also just wait and submerge themselves. So pythons also at waterholes are also interesting things to see. And the other interactions also, hippo are also quite entertaining to watch, and they do get up to some interesting things that you don't think about. But definitely my black mamba hunting, that was probably the most interesting thing I've seen. It is a little bit windy, but I am going to try and zoom back into that little wallow that's in the back there, because it's often little things that do come through, and spend some time there as well, because the water has got a bit shallower, at least there on that fringe. Also fascinating, we haven't seen any Corey Bustard this morning. They're also generally always around at some point. Let's just have a look over here. I think also as it does start to get hotter and wetter in these areas, we should also hopefully see some tortoises, but they will also focus on little pans and the little water systems that do come down. We can hear the Egyptian geese. And I'm hoping at some point they also take a little wade through, so we can know to see if the goslings are back. But the different sounds that are around, it's always fascinating to see and listen to. So it looks like some mongoose running through the background there, the banded mongoose. You can just make them out. There we go. Fantastic to see them. So they will actually occur to numbers around 40. They are really endearing. I find them endearing at least. But those were 3 of them there. And there comes another 4. There's quite a big little band of little troop of them that are around here as well. So seeing them and adding them to our list, I do hope they come closer. They do like the shade just to the left of us as well. So they do lie up in the shade and forage around and dig. It might not be hot enough for them just yet. But good to have seen them running through the frame at least. It does seem to that we maybe caught the tail end of them. Oh, there we go, there's another. So we'll also tell that they are the banded mongoose. So interesting to tell why we would note that those are the banded mongoose is just that obviously their size and the numbers that they occur in. So in the area, others that would occur in numbers at least would be the dwarf mongoose. They are obviously far smaller than the banded. So the ones that were coming through and scattering along through the frame there were definitely the banded mongoose. So hopefully we do get a better look and a closer look of them just now. Zoom out a little bit. We do have lots of dabs at the water. You can hear the goose. So it seems that we are on bush timing right now, and it will definitely get a bit hotter, and we will have a lot more animals coming through. But in saying that, while we are waiting, it's time for us to go and see what action is happening up in Okukuyo. Remarkably different scenes, and we do have some animals that have decided to join us at least, although they are hanging back. There was a bit of maintenance going on just now, so you can hear a little bit of it still going on, although it is quietening down. This is definitely causing the animals to be a bit more skittish and wary of coming to the water, though. Not to say that they won't be coming back. But good to note that they are around, so we can see quite a healthy number of wildebeest and quite a healthy number of zebra around too. And I can make out a I do just want to just have a quick look at what bird that is over there, and to apologize for the sounds. So it was a Cape Crow. However, I don't want to immerse ourselves with the angle grinders. It's better for us to go and have a look somewhere else. And it's possibly time for us to go and see what's happening down in Djuma in the Lowveld. So it's a rather windy morning here in Djuma. I did note that it was at least 42 degrees in the Sabi Sands for the last 2 days, because that's where I was, but a bit south from here. Has been very hot in the Lowveld, but the clouds are building, and there has been some prediction of rain at some point as well, so it will break the heat. But very windy, at least over here right now. But good for us to have a look and listen. see what might be around. I'm sure there will be some Ellies again here as well, but there are a number of other characters that are around too. So the geese, the Chicana, we have had some very cool storks coming through as well of late as well, and maybe that also will happen at some point today. We also have our friend the water monitor that is around, and I will keep an eye out for that as well, because they are very cool and definitely the second biggest reptile that is found here in the Sabi Sands, other than the crocodile, the Nile crocodile. They can get up to about 2.5 meters in length. Hi Jennifer, yes I have in Mashatu and here in the Sabi Sands. Although in the Sabi Sands up north here quite a long time ago, I've spent more of my time actually even growing up in the southern parts of the Sabi Sands, but in Mashatu definitely, and Etosha, I am waiting to cancel Etosha off my bucket list. There's lots of wildlife and things I'd love to see up there as well. So I am just trying to see if our friend the water monitor is there. I haven't been told if it has a name yet, but if anyone is interested in that or does know of the name of it, we'll talk about it. But also Dewey doesn't seem to have been around, and Dewey is obviously the resident hippo. He does move between the dams too. But we can see a small little one. But so we are currently just zooming in on this little water monitor, and it's time for me just to say to everyone, this is an interactive and immersive experience, so please do send through any comments, questions, things you might have noted. We do love to answer any of your questions or any conversations you may wish to have with us, or note anything interesting you might have seen. So please do send those through. We love interacting with you too. But quite clearly you can see a little baby water monitor that is here. They've got such cool colorations as well. I don't know if I'll be able to get in too close, but there are a few of them around, so it's very cool to see. It is a bit windy, so the picture might be not the best, so I will zoom out, but good to note that the water monitor is here. There's generally a number of terrapin that are around as well here too, but they aren't around at the moment. It's probably a bit cold for them. Ooh, and just over here we have a nice cool bird. I'm just trying to see what it is through the bush, because I think it's an Egyptian goose, but I did think it was something else I was talking about just now. That is an Egyptian goose. Both of them are there, and possibly the gosling, so we will have a look out for them as well, because this family is around and there is one or two of them. But we'll wait for them to get into a better frame, and I can also see a terrapin. We do have red-faced testicular calling. Hi Walter, no, not these terrapins, they won't. Obviously the leopard tortoise in our areas here would be the biggest, and they do get quite a bit bigger than the terrapins. But it's not to say that in the world there aren't big terrapin species, just that these ones aren't the biggest. So I'm just going to pan around and just have a look and see what else might be at the water fringe. It has got a little bit overcast, so that might also dictate as to how many animals are around and wanting to come through, obviously to get away or break the heat. You probably find right now they are foraging. Also with this overcast, it is noted that every now and then it is wild dog weather. At least I and some of my friends call it that. Although at the moment they are off the den, so they will be moving quite far throughout the day in terms of hunting and that. So it's not necessary that we would bump into them or that they would even come through here, but this cooler weather does mean that they actually are a bit more active. As you can see, it is rather windy on the water there. There's our friend a lapwing, blacksmith lapwing. Zoom out again. I do just want to have a look there down the wallow. It's been very active over the last week when it's been very hot. You can see the remnants of elephant activity. And also which trees, those dead trees that they use as rubbing masts or posts. Definitely a quiet start to our morning today, and I think that's also due to the break of heat. It's a lot easier to feed when it's cooler like this. Obviously not having to manage or regulate your temperatures as much. You do have the water thickener calling there as well. Also just important that we do scan the thicker vegetation just on the top here. There's always something around. Oh, there is Dewey. I think Dewey. I'm led to believe that he's generally here. He's the one that I know it is. Let's just have a look, because it's great to see that he's popped up. Obviously increasing our mammal species list for the day. So it's not that we aren't having a bad day, it's just that it's a bit quiet. But we've definitely had a number of species this morning as well, so I can't complain about that. And we'll try and keep him in frame as best as possible, but with this wind, it does bounce the frame around. Can make out his back right there, and I'm not too sure where his girlfriend and the calf are. I haven't seen them for a little bit. I've actually only been told about them. It's quite possible they are in one of the other dams that are closest. So I do know that he does move, and they do move between the dams as well. Fascinating to see. So he will disappear like that. Hippos can hold their breath for around 5 minutes underwater. And when they are underwater, they actually move, they run underwater. So it's not that they just sit there and chill, though at the moment it does look like he's just doing exactly that. But when they do move, they will almost run on the bottoms. So let's just see if he does pop out. Otherwise, we will have a scan and have a look where else the action is happening. Looks like Dewey's a bit camera shy this morning. We will keep tabs on him because we do know that he's there. It does seem like our friends in Mashatu are starting to play ball again. It is starting to get busier on the waterhole there, so we are going to jump across. Just make sure that we are immersing ourselves obviously with nature, but also those animals that are interacting and getting on with their lives. But here is Dewey just before we go across to Mashatu. And I can note a red-chested cuckoo, a pitmefro, so another one of the migratory birds that are around. So good to know that we are getting into the busy part of the year. Actually, everything coming towards, most things actually coming towards breeding seasons. Obviously, the migratory birds coming through. Let us go and see what is happening and what action is starting to happen in Mashatu. So there are some warthog here. And it's always fascinating watching them get down and dirty. And there's our one goose. Now that it's woken up. A lazy start to a Saturday for everyone, it seems. So I'm just trying to find our warthog. And that raucous call in the background is the lilac-breasted roller. So I did say I'd call it out when I heard it. It's quite fascinating that such a pretty bird like that has such a dreadful call, really. Although you can't really say anything wild is dreadful, but definitely something that doesn't befit the colors that are on the bird. So I'm just trying to find where these warthog have gone. But great that we could call out this roller, and as I was saying, it is coming towards breeding season from them, and we might, depending on if they are around and continue to hang around, see them rolling as well, and that is quite fascinating to watch. And also seems that the controls are giving me a run around, but it's probably because I chirped the roller's call. And it seems our warthog have run off for now, but we will just hang around. Listening to this roller is very interesting, and for those who haven't heard it, it's always good to note these different things and also improve your call lists. Because sometimes when we are birding, we'll actually use the audio of birds to note that they've been in the area and that they are sighted. So birding doesn't necessarily have to be done on sight. It can also be done on audio as well. And it seems our warthog have left us. But I do want to see if we can find the Egyptian goose and possibly more of the goslings, or the last one that was left. But I do think it would have been quite flat and open here. It's not necessarily the best place to breed for a goose, although there are some overhangs, but it's very possible that they have been taken by a number of different animals that have been around. We did note the jackals the other day, so it's quite possible the jackals could have plundered the next generation.
Listen up, explorers. We have a brand new prize. This time you can recline riverside at the breathtaking Settlers Drift Lodge at Kariga Game Reserve. Take a breather from your busy life. Why not treat yourself at the spa or wander into nature on a guided bushwalk, twice daily safari drives, or even a boat river cruise? Open to all levels of explorers. Sign up before the 28th of October and it could be you jetting off to this luxurious lodge.
So I have a sneaking suspicion that this roller is actually sitting on top of a camera pole. Which is also why the audio is so loud on it, but great that we could actually call it out. However, I don't think we were going to be lucky enough to get a good sighting of it. I'm trying, however, no luck currently. Hi Holly, so it'll be to attract. So this is actually one of the mating or breeding calls. So it is coming into their breeding season, so it'll be trying to attract a mate. But obviously their territorial or their mating display is obviously the typical rolling that goes on. So it's almost like this big, I suppose, aeroplane show that they get up to, where they dive and roll around in the air, also make this sound. So it's obviously advertising, if you want to call it that. But it's kind of like watching an air show when they do roll. It's very cool to watch. It might have actually been it that went up to the top of this dead tree over here, although I don't think I'll get a good enough picture, but we'll just see, because maybe it will bomb off there. No, but it is looking right into the light of the sun, so I don't want to do that right now. But sometimes this is how it goes in the bush. You cannot plot, script, or request. It is all done in bush timing. And the animals very much get up to their own thing when they want to. And that is why it is imperfectly perfect. So it's great to also just spend time and actually listen to some of the little things that are around. And immerse ourselves into the sounds of nature as well. Definitely a morning of birding. I'm just keeping an ear out because I thought I might have heard the parrot that occurs here in the area, being the mayor's parrot. They are also very, very pretty. Although I do think it'll be very hard for us to get any footage of them. They are definitely in the area. They do favor a little bit north of us where there are more baobabs. Mshatha has a very healthy population of baobabs around. What's interesting about a baobab, and there is some debate about it, is actually not a true tree. It's a succulent, and the biggest succulent in the world. But there is debate about that. Some people do classify them as trees. Some believe that they are true succulents, and the biggest succulents then in the world. It's also the time of the year where they flower, and they're actually pollinated at night, and there's specific moths that also pollinate them as well as other things, but there is a specific moth that will pollinate those baobabs. Sometimes even little fruit bats too. But a very iconic tree indeed, with some of their ancestors even being found called baobabs in Australia. There's something in the background over there. I'm trying to make out what it was because it was quite an interesting little gate. But I do think it's the warthog that missioned off. I'll probably find them coming towards our waterhole again now. Yes, Wesley, it would be fantastic watching a huge herd of elephant coming through. Because this being the land of the giants, ellies are prevalent. The Mshathu holds some of the greatest numbers in a private reserve, even the greatest numbers, up to about 700 elephant in Mshathu, in this area. Unfortunately, there aren't any buffalo here. There just isn't enough grass. Buffalo are also quite reliant on water and feed, so that's why we don't see buffalo here either. And there aren't any rhino in the area either, although there is talks of possibly bringing black rhino around in. Have been for years. However, it is a very good landscape for black rhino as well. But I hope and hold thumbs that that is the case and that they are reintroduced. It would be fantastic for the area and also just for black rhino and population densities and genetics in total as well. But a huge herd of ellies, that would make my day as well. I do think those were the warthogs. So they're just behind us or just in front of us and they're just through the vegetation over there. So we are just going to hang and wait because it can change very quickly. That little bird chirping there, that is blue waxbills, and they are quite prevalent, and they do occur here in large numbers, as well as in the Sabi Sands. And I can see just in front of us, seems to be the terrapins are out and about. Those little dark shades that kind of pop up and come through. There's one there on the left of us. And the two Egyptian geese. So it does look like all of their young have been eaten, because they will generally keep quite a watchful eye on them. Unless they are stashed or hidden away here in the undergrowth, but it doesn't seem like there are any goslings with them at the moment, which is unfortunate for them, but fortunately it is also beginning of the rainy season. It doesn't mean to say that they could not necessarily have another clutch or brood. But let's follow and see where they are, because it'll be interesting to see whether they do indeed have some young still with them. So obviously feeding on this aquatic material that's over here, and just in that underhang over there was where they were kind of hanging out with those goslings. It doesn't seem like they were lucky this season, although there is one I think I can make out. Hi Erica, and that's a very interesting question, because crocodiles have such a wide variety of diet that they might take, and they do focus quite a bit on fish, but they would definitely take water birds or waterfowl as well. Not to say that it's on the menu every day, but they are opportunistic. So a meal is a meal for a crocodile, and in particular for a growing crocodile, water birds would definitely feature on their menu or diet. But things like leopard also would take them. Jackals might take the chicks. Even warthogs might take the chicks. And obviously other birds of prey too. So they are predated on by a fair bit. And from what I can see, there is a little chick there. So it's happy news, I suppose. Although they have lost a number of the others. So whether they can keep this chick growing, I'm going to try and zoom in for us. Hopefully they will play games, or will not play games. But I suppose getting this one chick through now will be their main focus. And you can just make it out there on the right. So what's also quite cool is that with a lot of these waterfowl is that the chicks across the world even look quite similar. That's obviously to do with their camouflages. Obviously they're not all the same, but the patterns and the colorations before they molt are quite similar. So I'm going to try and track these guys as best as possible, because there are the only people around at the moment. Well, not people, I don't want to personify the geese, but they are the only ones that are hanging around right now. But it's cool just to see the difference and to see what that little chick will grow to if it does make it through. Although you do see a lot of Egyptian geese throughout southern Africa and even Africa, they are very pretty birds. Nice iridescence, nice colorings. So I'm just trying to stick on this little family of Egyptian goose and find out where the chick went, because I can't see where it is right now, but we've definitely seen it. They're also cool to watch because there's always something going on with them as well. They don't just sit down and relax. There's something else going on. It's preening, cleaning, eating, chirping. They are very busy birds, and also monogamous, meaning that the male and the female will generally stay together for life. Obviously, if a partner is lost, one might think about finding another partner. That's not always the case. So interesting to think that we did just have the visuals of that little gosling, and now we've lost it entirely. But maybe it's gone off, I think probably back under that undergrowth. I'm just trying to see where the other goose and gosling might have got to. It looks like they're just directly underneath us. And there's the gosling. So I'm just going to have a look, because it's quite fascinating just watching all the young as well. Good for us to note just the ID patterns and how we would go IDing it as well. And it's definitely got quite a bit bigger from when we last saw it, or when I last saw it at least a week ago. It's almost doubled in size, but I mean, hard to gauge because this is just off a camera. So I'm going to sit and appreciate the silver gosling for a little longer. And you guys are going to head off to Lauren and Darby, who found the elephant carcass.
We have moved on from the river, and I do just want to give you a bit of a warning. We have moved on from the river, and I just want to let you know that we are at the elephant carcass. Now, it may not be pleasant for some, I fully understand that. So you have had a warning, and we're not going to sit here and show you the carcass. There's lots of other things to look at. The reason we're actually here is there are vultures everywhere. There are so many vultures. But currently, right now, they are circling and riding the thermals above us. They, I think, have been brought here by scent, which is fascinating within itself. They're not landing, and it's not because of us. I believe that they've just got the scent. They're here. I think they're scanning the area for, are the lions still here? I don't believe they are, but is there any danger on the ground? Exactly what we were talking about earlier. Assess the scene. You always do that in first aid and emergency first responder. Assess the scene. But we can't show you them right now because we have a roof on, which is a blessing, but also slightly irritating. So don't worry, we're not just going to show you the carcass the whole time, but it will be fascinating. I do understand because it's an elephant, it might be a little bit upsetting, but it's also very much part of nature, and it's also interesting to see how scavengers work in different areas. The scent is much stronger now. You can smell it from very far away, and I think it's because the sun is now really hot. There's a breeze. It's obviously really traveling the scent far and wide. I'm just going to open my door and look up. Can you see them? Where did they go? There was maybe 100 when we first arrived. How can 100 vultures disappear? Robert, that is a great question, and one I unfortunately don't have the answer to. From what I can gather and collecting little bits of information from people, the 2 male lions, the ones that we actually showed you the other day on Safari Live, killed this elephant. Now, the smell is horrendous, but sometimes it takes time to reach the scavengers. So I think the vultures are on it. I believe the jackals were on it, but there's not been one single hyena, which really does surprise me and massively disappoints me. But maybe there are no hyena sort of clans or dens or just activity in general in this area, which means they'll only know it's here when they get the scent in their nose. So if all the hyenas are busy in the south or even in the east, they won't pick up on this. They find carcasses through scent. Vultures find carcasses through a mixture of scent and vision. So I'm also surprised, Robert. It's been since last night. But the lions were on it. They moved off this morning. And I'm honestly not sure why the lions moved off. There's still a lot on this carcass. That's why we came back just to check, to follow the story. And we do want to show you the vultures. But I'm confused why the vultures are not landing. We had an incredible vulture show the other day on the cheetah kill, on the springbok. And they're here. They know this kill is here, but why are they not landing? And that is what I can't put my finger on. So I think we may wait it out for a little while. The hyenas will come, it's just a question of when, and it's now also hot. So the nocturnal animals will be resting now. It's becoming to that sort of temperature where it's uncomfortable. Although there is a breeze, hyenas will most likely be sleeping. But I'm also puzzled. And a carcass is good to follow up on because you really can get a story of who comes in first, who finds it first. And then you get to see lots of different species, from aerial scavengers like vultures to big predators like hyenas to smaller predators like jackals, all interacting with one another. And I personally find that very fascinating, although it's very sad that it's an elephant carcass. Let me just try. I can't see anything because of this roof, so where have all the vultures gone? I mean, we'll leave again shortly and then we'll come back again. I mean, it's not something that you want to sit at forever, but... Okay, I'm going to take my earpiece out.
My heart rate has gone up slightly. In fact, it's gone up quite a lot. This elephant is now 2 meters from us. Okay, we might have to move here. No? It's... Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the tree over. That's why we moved.
So we've been extremely lucky. And this is what I'm talking about when I say just spend time with animals. This is very, very, very cool to see this. Do cheetah males groom each other for social bonding? And I can't give you a better answer than what they're actually doing in front of the camera right now.
So we are back with Dewey. Seems to be a little less camera shy. I can't promise because he is also up to his own thing. But we will try and stick with him as best as possible. I think with the wind, it is obviously affecting, how active he might want to be. It's probably a bit cooler while he's in the water and submerged. He's definitely not needing to sun himself. And if he was sunning himself, there's quite an interesting adaptation that hippo do have, and sometimes it is called blood sweat, but it is in fact a pigment that they secrete from their skins, and this actually causes them to go red or pink. When you do see hippos lying on riverbanks or outside in the sun, outside of the water courses or bodies that they might be in, the secretion actually is then applied obviously throughout their skin, and it does then show up as like rather a reddish pinky color. And that effectively is their way of secreting a sunscreen onto themselves. So they don't necessarily have to wallow because they are in the water and they don't cover themselves in mud like buffalo, rhino or elephant. But they do have this adaptation that they can use where they secrete this pigment out of their skins, and that allows them to be in the sun for far longer. You will notice this more so where it is areas where there's a lot more drought. The water levels do drop and they are just then almost stuck in the mud. So up in like Zambia, South Luangwa and that as well, where the hippo do occur in large numbers, you will see them doing this far more often. Not to say that they don't do it here, they definitely do. But it is an interesting adaptation that they do have. I'm hoping it does pop up, but I was saying earlier that it can be submerged for up to about 5 minutes at a time. We do have some red-billed hornbills calling in the background, so that's also cool just to note as well. Now we wait. It's a waiting game, it seems, today. There's lots of interesting things that always go on and different sounds and that we will hear, so it's not necessarily the worst thing, although obviously it is nice to show you everything else that's going on, but cool to be able to touch on different things that we might not get the opportunity to speak about should this not be the case. But quite clearly the red-billed hornbills, they look quite similar to the yellow-billed hornbills, although their bills are less broad or heavy. Hi Mike, so it might even just be the vegetation in the area or the fact that he likes the other watercourse or body that is just down the road. So, you know, he's probably territorial or dominant within both of those things, so he will also traverse to go and see what else might be going on or if anyone is trying to challenge him. But definitely in his meanderings throughout the night, grazing and the rest, he might end up closer to that waterhole. So it might just make more sense for him to go into there on that day and then, you know, graze his way back to here after a few days as well. So it is also dependent on what food might be around and how far he has to travel to graze that night. But clearly that seems to be quite a bit around at the moment, and there will be coming forward in the next few months as it starts to rain and the quality of the grass gets better. So you won't have to move as far then. So you might see him actually being far more resident as the water levels also rise in these dams, but also because the food might be more prevalent around where his dam sites are. But what's quite interesting as well is with hippo, at least, that they are far more territorial when in water or going back into their water than when they are out grazing. But a very dangerous animal indeed. Really not an animal you want to play with. It's just amazing how the bush can change so quickly from being so hot to overcast now, and how the animals were favoring coming down and, you know, spending time and congregating around the water. Now with it being far more windy and a little bit more overcast, they're finding it nicer to actually spend time in the thicker, woodier areas. It's also because they wouldn't be as affected by the wind blowing through as they would in the open areas. But also there's enough browse for them there as well. So there are quite a number of browsers within the area too, and they can focus on feeding around there and not really be too bothered by the rest. Not to say that it's a cold day, it's definitely warm there. Or here. Let's have a look to see if Chewie will play ball and give us a little bit of a mug shot at least. could just make out a grey-headed bushshrike, but it was quite far away. So possibly it is coming closer, although I'm just having a scan around just to see that we don't miss anything. Quite a muggy day. Yes, Maggie, but birds can do that as well. Although there will be little pockets and different foraging parties that do come through. But again, I mean, we are on their time. They are not on ours, and they will decide when they decide to show themselves. But there is an oxpecker that's just flown past, so that is probably an indication that there might be something coming down. We do generally use them as a sign as well to note whether there are any bigger animals or even impala or herds around. So good to know that we are hearing those at least now. And again, the water thickness too. So there has been quite a bit of bird life around, at least here. And there's something that just landed across there. Let's have a look. But obviously, you know, if it's an overcast day and that, it also will mean that we might have the chance to see something different that we don't see on a normal day. So we wait and we hope that something interesting will come through for us. It's the blacksmith lapwings, and a Birchall starling. Hi, Terence. Don't think so, although I think if maybe the Egyptian goose or anything like that was to irritate him, he might. But, I mean, he won't feel threatened by any of the birds. So, if anything, he might maybe display if some buffalo came around. Perhaps the odd ellie. Definitely a human. And any predator that he felt needed to be displayed at. So, the chances of him displaying at the birds probably quite slim. Although stranger things have happened. But he seems pretty chilled as well. I mean, and he's got this huge big water body to himself. So, unlike ellies, they're not that selfish really, other than when there are other hippos trying to compete with them. Maybe young bull calves that might be around and overstaying their welcome. But on the most part, they'll just be quite placid. At least in this, he won't feel threatened really, or any of the animals really won't get that close to him. I think he'll be pretty relaxed. So it seems like Chewie isn't really prepared to play that many games with us at the moment. So I do just want to go and check in again and see what's happening in Mashatu. See if there's anything interesting we can chat about there while we wait for other wildlife to come through this side. So we're back again here in Mashatu, just to make sure that we aren't missing anything or anyone. hate for that to be the case. Lots of birds, but Mashatu is also a very special area as well. The area was home of the Mapungubwe Kingdom, and there are various archaeological sites around in the area as well. The Mapungubwe Kingdom, dating back to around 13,000 years ago, it was probably the most important inland civilization in southern Africa as well. Noted also because they had the trade route of the Limpopo River. So that Limpopo River allowed for trade to happen with other civilizations, and that would mostly be Arab traders that used to come down the Indian Ocean, down through the Mozambican Channel, and then use that Limpopo River as a trade route as well. So it's very famous archaeological pieces, such as the Golden Rhino. But the Mapungubwe civilization would have traded things with these various traders that came through. So little glass beads were traded, bits of ostrich egg as well, so that was turned into jewelry. Gold, obviously noted. This area is obviously quite full of iron, so it was medieval at the time. So they would have had little iron smelts in that too, and these items would have been traded as well. So things like silks, maybe spices and that kind of thing, as well as meat and ivory. Those items were definitely traded too. So it's a very interesting and very culturally important area of the planet, at least in southern Africa. And as I said, there are a number of little archaeological sites around as well. It's really, really cool. I thoroughly enjoyed spending my time here and even going to visit some of those sites and seeing the remnants of these old settlements. Mapungubwe being, or the name of that being, Hill of Jackals, if you translate it. So it's quite an interesting space, if you ask me. It's super cool when you get to be on the ground and see these. There's also old rock paintings, obviously the different births and burial sites as well, and specific customs that are here too as well when you're in the area. You don't point at some of these places, you only use your elbow or maybe even your head. It's because it would denote bad luck for you. So cool to be on the ground and actually, again, immerse yourself in those experiences and take it all in, really, because it's such a different part of the world. Also good just to keep an ear out and listen. What's also cool to notice, there are lots of eland in the area as well. I'm surprised we haven't seen any through here. They do like the riverines and the browse that is along them. So the croton, the little fever berries. Those fever berries can actually be turned into a soap. So it does look like we are being avoided even by those eland here at the moment too. But I think it's time for us to go and see if the maintenance is over in Ukukuyo and look at the vast herds that are seeming to be coming down to drink some water. It won't be a remiss to miss those things. So we are going to head across up to Ukukuyo and hopefully we will come back here to some more action later on. So we can see that we do have a plethora of different antelope around at the moment. Nice big herd of wildebeest in the background, some gemsbok, and of course the kudu now drinking. And they seem to be far more relaxed. So we can assume that anything that would have been stressing them out has now left, as well as the springbok that are in, and a really nice bull that's over there. Massive horns on him. We'll try and get in a little bit closer, but sometimes the kudu can be quite skittish here. Let us see if we can get closer in on that bull, because he really does have some nice horns on him. It's just fascinating to note, because I can get up to about 270 kgs. Hopefully it is not too windy. The picture quality will look quite good. So if you consider that that bull will be in the range of around 270 kgs, so it must be around 7 to 8 years of age. He's on his third curl, but I've seen some really impressive bulls down here drinking here at the water, and it's pretty fascinating just to watch. So when kudu and inyala do run off, if they are spooked by anything, you can see on their tails there's white underneath that tail, and when they do run through the bush, they use that as a marker, so the tail will be right up and that white will be shown, and that marker is then used for anyone to kind of follow a cow or a bull. So the younger calves and that, they will use that, or even other older calves, if they are dispersing through the bush, they will use that as a marker so that everyone kind of can stay together to some degree. It's very much used almost as a following beacon as well, so you can see a bit of the white underneath that tail. See, there you go, you can see some of the white then popping up, and obviously when it's very thick, and they do use a lot of thick vegetation, those tails pop up, and others in those loose associations are able to then follow and see where they went. Okay, and hear the Namakwa sandgrass again, that cool little bubbling sound. But great to be back here, and this is obviously where the action seems to be at the moment. So we'll try and spend as much time as possible here with the different herds that are coming through. It looks like the first of the wildebeest coming down as well. There's a massive herd just behind us, so I'm sure they'll be spending quite a bit of time here. I'm just going to zoom out so we don't miss anyone, and we do get the full picture of the extent and size of the different herds that are coming down. Very ominous, Rachel. And there are decent numbers of predators across all three different water holes that we are at. So, of course, when there are good numbers of predators, you have to be very nervous and watchful. But ominous indeed. And so, who knows? We might get lucky one of these days, and we might actually see some of these predators around here. But it's also just fantastic to see herbivores occur in these numbers and coming through to drink. Just spending time with them and immersing ourselves in their behavior and how they go about life. So it almost seems like a procession of drips and drabs of zebra and wildebeest at the moment. Kicking up a little bit of dust, a couple of springbuck, last kudu bull, and I'm sure the gemsbuck will be around as well at some point. But it seems to be quite a hazy day up there. That probably has to do with some of the wind that's around as well. So it seems to have been quite windy across the board. There are some gemsbok there to the right of us. So I'm just going to zoom out so we keep a good idea as to who's coming through. And just watch how their behavior might change as they come to drink, get filled, I suppose, quench their thirst. Because definitely coming towards the water, there will be a lot more skittish than when they leave it. I suppose that's also a consequence of being thirsty. It almost seems like once they've quenched their thirst, they kind of relax and mill about a little bit more and then go. But you can quite clearly there see those little sandgrass and that fascinating adaptation that they have where they fill their breast plumages with water and actually take them back to their chicks. It's a fascinating adaptation that they do have, and they do occur in large numbers around here. So lots of little carnivores that also like to take them. They are a good game bird. So caracals, jackals, African wildcats. So definitely high up there on the prey species list for those animals. Yes, we've got our first Ellie party coming through. Nice little breeding herd. Some youngsters, and they are clearly quite thirsty. We might get to see them playing when it does seem like they are going to take command of the waterhole. So I'm going to zoom out a bit. Massive herd of Ellies coming through. Good numbers, although it does seem that they are separate pockets or different families, because there's almost one that's separated to the right, one almost in front of us, and then one on the other side of the dam. So we are lucky we will get a couple of them swimming. It'll be great just to watch and just sit here and see how they interact with each other, if they are all from different herds. We'll see how they do that. So we're just going to sit here and just watch the social interaction that does occur right now. More Ellies coming in. So I've just counted, and there are around 30 elephants here at the moment. So we're just going to sit here quietly Hopefully the racket behind us won't last for too long, but we're just going to watch the ellies. Just see how they go about the water and life now. Hi Agatha, and because it's such a flat area as well, to dig and to have that volume of waters, obviously waters in capacity, at least in volume, the deeper the space is, the higher the capacity of water that will be there. So this is a man-made or pumped dam, and obviously with the flat substrate that is around here, it's not necessarily ideal, although it is quite deep. It's at least around 1.5 meters in the middle. And we can see just some of the ellies even swimming around and actually really submerging themselves. So for me, I think it's quite adequate. It's definitely at an adequate depth. but it's definitely also got to do with just the landscape as well. But fascinating and just great watching the youngsters and the calves just getting in and just wallowing around, and the other Ellies actually just giving themselves a custom spray job over there. You can just see it almost like suck it up and just splash it all over, and if you feel good with that, you kind of move on. So much like people do their cars, Ellies kind of do themselves, and if they feel cool, they will be happy to move on from there. But the calves love the water, and we can see at least about 4 or 5 of them in frame at the moment, really just having a good time in there too. So I do love watching calves playing in the water, and it's so awesome how the siblings and the cousins kind of just bump around, and so exuberant as well. So we're just going to sit here and watch them mill about and interact and that before they will at some point decide to move off. And it's just cool watching Ellies around water just in general. We're just going to sit here and just see how they go about all of this. So a rather interesting sound there from one of the Ellies. Sounded quite similar to a hippo. There aren't many in the area, so mimicry is quite entertaining. Just fascinating. Seeing exactly what's going on in some of the fresh water that's getting consumed over here. It does look like some of the smaller birds are looking to push off though. So we're just going to sit here while they are around us. Just watch and see how they all spray themselves, get wet, play, throw temper tantrums like that.
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly. More website.
It's amazing how quickly the rest of the other breeding herds have decided to push off after quenching thirst and splashing themselves a little bit and cooling down, and how that's also allowed the other antelope and other animals to come down now once the waterholes quieten down a little bit. It does seem that this family bunch over here is going to hang around a bit because they are right there on the fresh water. It'll be interesting to see how much longer they hang around because we have all those zebra coming down. Hi Elise, yes they do. They do eat the placenta after giving birth. So it does look like we have a bit of an interaction that is about to unfold here. Some of these ellies on the right hand side coming through. But much like all antelope or most animals in the wild, it is common practice for them to eat placenta after giving birth, just because that also helps remove the smells of the birth at least, and helps take away the attraction for any predators that might be in the area. Oh wow, and we do have a black rhino at the water, so I'm going to be spending a bit of time with the black rhino. And again, we're also going to just watch and see, but they are fantastic to watch, and this is the first one I've had during the day, so I'm over the moon. It just goes to show you, if you do wait, you do get rewarded. But hopefully the Ellie who's blocking shot right now will allow us to watch the black rhino. That's just fantastic. Be also great to see the Ellie's reaction having the rhino around. Hi Chris, and they very much do hold hierarchy around the waterholes, being the biggest animals, land mammals in the world. They like to throw their weight around water, and even if it's scarce, that is more so when that happens. So they will definitely make sure everyone is aware that they are present and that they have access to the water. I've been dying to look at one of these black rhinos during the day. It'll be interesting to see how deep it goes and if it might wallow for us. Noted that this subspecies of rhino up here in Namibia is a bit bigger than the one that we get in South Africa. Not too far off the size of the white rhino, but they are big. And it's great to see, and they do occur in good numbers here. I'm sorry that I've panned off a bit. Fascinating scenes. And what's interesting is that they will congregate, unlike what we are normally told or led to believe, that they are generally unsocial and just are individuals, so other than occurring by just the bulls or just mothers and calves. Here at least they do occur in large numbers, and they are very social as well. And particularly at this waterhole at night, it's not uncommon to see a number or several black rhino at a sighting and being social. But what a view. So good just to sit here. We are just going to just sit and watch. It's not every day this happens. So definitely my favorite pachyderm, the black rhino. I really do love walking and tracking with them as well. I'm just going to come out a bit. He is getting a bit blocked here by this elephant. Really cool to be able to do this. One for us to add to our mammals list as well as the mammal list that I've had on Escape to Nature so far. It's always great to be able to see these different species. Hi Peter, yes you'd think so, but they are very fond of water, and even here I've seen them get quite a bit deeper, but that is at later times during the day. They definitely wallow and they definitely will go into the water, so they're not afraid of it. Oh, far they will swim, because they do cross rivers as well. That also depends on the water levels and the area that we are viewing them. But it's not that they can't swim, no. They definitely cross water and move areas that way too. They are big fans. I'm going to try and keep the rhino in frame for as long as possible, because that was really special. But it's great to have all of this life around us at the moment. Nice big herd of zebra coming through, as well as the elephant still hanging around, and some springbok on the edges as well. It's almost like a tank walking off in the distance there, that black rhino. And obviously quite temperamental. But very inquisitive too. And what's interesting, the difference between black rhino and white rhino is once they're in captivity, the black rhino almost calm down and the white rhino get more boisterous and more aggressive. So it's almost like the roles shift and they change completely. So when you do view them in the open and in the wild, white rhino are generally way more placid, and black rhino is way more aggressive. But it does change when they are in captivity and put in bomas as well. So the black rhinos actually calm down, and the white rhinos get way more hot under the collar. And being a bit bigger, they do cause quite a bit of damage in those bomas. Clearly with this other ellie coming back into frame now, those zebra got a little bit spooked. They are coming back. And these elephants don't decide, or haven't decided they want to leave just yet. It's a pity that the black rhino left, but awesome numbers of everything else around. And lots of sandgrass around today too. It's not every day we hear them in or throughout the day like this, or morning. It's been great having everyone around today. You can make the black rhino walking off there in the distance. Again, we're just going to sit here again with the elephant. It's been quite a good tactic at least today. Just to sit and chill and see what goes on. So we've still got good numbers of everyone right now. It does seem that the zebras seem quite spooked this morning, so it's quite interesting watching them. But the ellies are definitely taking full advantage of the fresh water just down here. Good numbers of kudu around today. It's not every day we see them. Good to see them around in large numbers. Hi Tracy, and that's actually a very cool question, and if I can I'm going to zoom in because you'll actually be able to see what they do, and they do suck it in. So I'm going to try and zoom in. Hopefully the ellies won't block us, but you will see them sucking it up. So hopefully there you can make out exactly what they are doing. So they're definitely not lapping, they are sucking. So I'm going to come back out again now that we just watched how the zebra drink. It's a very good example, and it's actually great to be able to see them like this. However, let's come back and let's just keep an eye on what the ellies are up to and who else decides to come join us. Great to see the springbok around as well. Good to spend time with good numbers of elephant as well. It does look like they're kind of set in for a while. Someone has irritated the zebra. Hi, Ella, who's 11. That's a very interesting question. Unfortunately, I've never seen that happen, but I would assume it would turn into a projectile after that, where they would spray it out. A very interesting question. So, much like when you are swimming and you suck up water by mistake and cough and splutter, I think that would kind of be the same thing that an elephant would do. Not to say that it hasn't happened before, but I'm sure it would cause some discomfort. They wouldn't like it. I hope that does answer your question, Ella. That very loud shriek trumpet of an ellie, making everyone uncomfortable. So I'm just going to come out a bit because I think there are some other elephants coming through and throwing their weight around. Yep, as we thought. And Ella, if you're still listening, maybe one of those ellies sucked up a rock or stone and decided to tell the world that it was not happy. Don't forget, everyone, this is also a live and immersive experience. So as we sit here and we immerse ourselves with these elephant, the kudu, the zebra, springbok and gemsbok, please do not forget to send through any questions or chats you'd like to have with us, anything you'd like to know about or anything you might have seen. We'd love to talk about these things with you guys. So please do immerse yourselves in conversation with us as well. So it looks like those big numbers, or the 30 Ellie we had around, are starting to move off. And everyone else is kind of getting their confidence back up to come and join us now again. So I'm just going to sit here just for a little bit. Just make sure that these Ellies don't leave without leaving us a good and immersive experience with them as well. So just also a quick thank you to everyone for sending through your votes for our 2 new vehicles in Djuma. We really have our jobs cut out for us and are so excited to find out what our 2 new family members will be called. So let the tallying begin. We will be announcing the winning names very soon. So stay tuned to find out if you voted for one of the winning names. Almost got some swimming springbok over there, and it's always fascinating watching how deep they actually go, because it's them and the gemsbok really that actually really do get into the water, other than the Ellies and, from what we've seen, the black rhino. But that individual over there seems to be swimming straight through. It's basically covered right up to his ears.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
Every time I've said this, that it seems that the Ellies push off one or two more come and join us. But it does slowly look like we are dwindling now on numbers. As I was saying the other day, it's just so fascinating to think that over the 80-odd million years that Ellies have been evolving, or that family of Proboscidea, of the 352 that have evolved and have lived on Earth, there are only 3 left, and we are currently looking at one of them, the other 2 being the rainforest or African forest elephant, and obviously the Asiatic elephant as well. So of those 352 that have evolved, we only have 3 left that are extinct, and that being that they are alive and present, left on this world. So it's been fascinating spending so much time with these Ellies and the black rhino and everyone else that's joined us so far at Okakuyo. It's time to go and see what Lauren's up to on her river in Madikwe.
We're back to the river. It wasn't very pleasant sitting at that carcass. I've got two big bulls. Look at the bull on the right. He's been here longer. And I think he's not too sure. He's younger than this huge bull on the left. Look at how wide his tusks are. Debbie, if you are still watching, I do just want to finish up on your question because it was a great question. Generally, the first insects attracted to a carcass are the Diptera, which is the flies. So it's not one specific flies, depending on where you are, but any fly in the order Diptera are normally the first to reach a carcass. And it's through scent, they detect the scent. And their larvae, of course, are basically capable of living in a semi-liquid medium, which is not very pleasant. So those are the ones that arrive, colonize, and start to decompose. They are also the ones that utilize a carcass to put their larvae inside, which is normally what we call maggots. Not very pleasant. And they are the ones that are really responsible at the end of the day for the dramatic consumption of all the organs and tissue that are left on a carcass. You will get carrion beetles, you will get rove beetles, you'll get all sorts of insects coming down, but really it's the Diptera that are first to arrive. And I'm pretty sure, Debbie, that was your question, and I am sorry that our battery died, but we are back at the river. Oh, that's a big pool. I'm surprised he's not going in for a swim. These bulls might be communicating. Bulls that don't know each other are always a little bit unsure. But what you will find is the younger bull, which is the smaller one, will generally act a little bit more submissive. Lonnie, you love the ginger warthogs. You noticed him in the background. And they are so ginger, they're so rufous. And it is, of course, the sand here. Everything is red. Sometimes the elephants look really orange as well. Like they've just had a terrible fake tan job, Oompa Loompa style. But the warthogs are very ginger. I'm glad you noticed that, Lonnie. That bull doesn't look terribly big on screen because it's hard to convey size when you are sort of watching it, but he's really large. You can see he's got quite tattered ears, really wide space in between each tusk. He's an old bull. I will go back and check that elephant carcass a little bit later. It's really not far away, about 7 minutes away, if that. I think it's just important to follow up on the story, but for now we are enjoying the river. The other bull's completely disappeared. I think he swam away down the river. He's not here anymore. I have to say, I'm surprised he didn't go in. He obviously had a drink, but I am surprised he didn't at least get his feet wet. Well, he maybe didn't get wet, but at least he had a bum scratch. The wind is really picking up here. I think that bum scratch was really good. What I've noticed in all the dams here from Kolobeng, Jamala, even the river, there seems to be a lot of activity just before that midday window. And then once sort of 12 p.m. really kicks in, it seems to go quite quiet. And I believe maybe all of these organisms are just now seeking shade. Seems to be a window where we do go through a lull of activity. I guess it's the hottest part of the day. But even the elephants seem to disappear. Terry V, you're asking, do they get calluses on their trunks? Possibly. I don't actually know the answer. That's a very difficult question. Their skin is naturally very, very thick and very dry anyway. So of course, if they're dragging the skin around, it may build up there to give a callus, but I don't entirely know the answer to that question. The skin is very fascinating in that the wrinkles are not just wrinkly skin, if that makes sense. When humans get older, we get wrinkly skin, which is really sad. I wish we didn't. But the elephant skin is actually a network or a myriad of channels. So they're not only looking like cracks, aka wrinkles, but they are actually true physical cracks of keratinized epidermis. So what that means is that there is a network of channels and highly specialized to hold in water. So when we say wrinkles, I guess maybe that's not always entirely a correct term to use, because when we say wrinkles, we think of our own wrinkles, which I'm sure many of us share, but they're actually cracks in the epidermis, and this is due to an imbalance. So what happens is the formation of new skin cells at the base is not balanced with the shedding of the skin at the surface. So therefore this imbalance actually creates cracks, and the cracks are able to be there because the skin is, well, 4 centimeters thick. So it doesn't affect the organisms. There's still plenty of epidermis there to protect the inner body. So although we do see wrinkles, which is an, oh, hello, great migration. I just noticed you. I've been trying to hide my mic from the wind. So although we do see wrinkles, really, actually, they're keratinized cracks that create that channel. It's a network all across the body. So in answer to your question, Terry V, I would imagine due to that reason, due to the imbalance on the sort of formation of skin cells and the shedding of skin cells, I believe they would get calluses. But do I know that for sure? Terry, no, I don't. Look at this. Who's the first one that's going to go to the water hole? Who is brave enough? Not only is it a water hole, it's also windy. So they're extra cautious today. I love watching this. They're all desperate to come down. They're all desperate for a drink, but no one's quite keen to lead the way. No. Are we aborting the mission? Surely not. I mean, this area is called Croc Drift, and the river definitely does have crocodiles. I've not seen a crocodile specifically here, but there will be crocodiles. Interesting. We're still not coming down. We're still just going to hang around. So we are also going to hang around, wait to see what happens. But you guys are heading off to Mashatu.
So we are back in Mashatu, and there is some action eventually. Did take a little bit of time, but we are here, and we are actually with Botswana's national animal. They don't occur in this area in as many numbers as they do in some parts of Botswana, because there are actually 2 migrations of zebra that occur in Botswana. Interesting enough, the biggest one is actually up north, and that happens between the waterways of the Chobe and the Linyati rivers. So that is quite close to the Okavango. And then there's a second migration that happens with zebra in Botswana, and that is when they migrate throughout the Makgadikgadi plains towards the Bateti River. So it's interesting to note that obviously while we do get them here in Mashatu, they do occur in higher numbers in other parts of Bots, and they actually almost... Ooh, we've got some Ellies joining us again, but they aren't really too prevalent in and around the central Kalahari, because that is obviously far drier. There isn't really enough grass for them in those areas, but there are some very big migrations that do happen with them. So they aren't the only animals that migrate. We do know that wildebeest also migrate, and they're also the Cob up in Sudan that also migrate too. So just interesting to know, and we can actually see them there getting quite playful, and they can be quite mean to each other. They're probably just biting each other. Great to see the Ellies coming through again. It'll be interesting to see if they push the rest of these zebra off. It looks like it's a mom and just 2 of her calves. It's a small little family gathering. That's really quite cool, because I was initially under the impression that there was only 1 migration of zebra here in Bart. But I was Very happy to find out that there are in fact 2. I do also just want to keep checking our water hole 2, or the wallowing hole at the back. So there's always someone there as well. And it looks like our Egyptian goose from earlier has moved off from just under the camera and gone back towards that fresh water source over there. It really has been an awesome morning. After we had a little dry spell, we showed some patience and we came through. It's been a very active day so far on all fronts. Hi Rachel. So in the wild, Ellies are known to live up to around 60 odd years of age, and that's really dependent on their molars. So they have 6 changes of molars throughout their life, and obviously when that final change of molar then gets worn out and worn down, they can't eat and they can't actually break down their food. A lot of the chewing actually happens and the breaking down of their food actually happens because of those molars, and after that they can't take on sufficient nutrients, and that is when they start to lose condition and eventually pass away. But it is also noted that in captivity they live for at least 10 years shorter. That is predominantly to do with the fact that a lot of the captivity where they are in or held in captivity in those areas, there's far more concrete on those floors, and the weight that they then have to put on themselves means that their joints decay far quicker, and they actually really live a bad life because of that. So their life expectancy actually decreases in captivity. One of the few animals where that does and where that is the case. Looks like it's getting hot enough for them to start throwing mud on themselves. I'm sure we're going to have a lot more Ellies throughout the course of the afternoon coming through to do exactly this. So I'll try and get us a little bit closer. It does look like the wind's died down a little bit too. So it seems like the wind is still quite hard. We'll just come back so we can stabilize. What we will do is we'll just sit and watch them and just note how different their splashing behavior is here, because it's far shallower than up in Okakuyo where we had it just now, but just to watch, see how they go about this ritual and routine of theirs. Cory Bustard is also just there in the background. So we definitely have had quite a bit more going on than what we had earlier. It does seem like these eddies have also decided to push off right now. So I just want to see if this Cory Bustard gets its confidence up and decides it comes to become time to drink. Otherwise, we'll just have one quick pan around and possibly go and see what else was happening. The Ellies have moved off. I'm just scrolling back to have a look. Lots of little wax bills around. Lots of starlings, lots of doves. And lots of ellies that aren't anywhere to be seen at the moment. Those three just vanished. So the Cory Bustard's slowly getting tempted to come for a drink. So we're just going to see if it is stable enough for us to zoom in a bit. Always fascinating watching these prehistoric birds drink. Hopefully the wind will hold up for us, but it doesn't look like it will.
updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
So we are on the brink of watching the Koribasa drink. It has taken quite some time for it to decide whether it indeed is going to do that. It does look like we are in the pound seats and this is about to happen. Nope. It has other ideas. I do think maybe the wind is possibly putting it off a bit. Lots of dust going through as well. So it's very dusty up here in Mashatu. And very dry as well. So I'm going to keep my eyes on it and just see what else might be around. I do think the dust is also giving us a few problems, issues with regards to anything wanting to come through. It seems like it has lost interest entirely in having a drink. Walking right away. Oh, but we do have a giraffe coming to drink, and we haven't seen a giraffe yet today, and that does bring us up to 12 species. Very interesting to see as well with the wind how much more cautious or skittish this giraffe is around the water. We're going to give it 1 or 2 seconds and just see if the giraffe actually does come down, because with the wind blowing like this, it's going to make it far more insecure about coming to have a drink. A little bit more tense as well. So the wind coming through at this level and pace, it'll be interesting to see how the giraffe, or how skittish it might be around the water because of that. So it's not only different smells or sights or anything else that will confuse or maybe put an animal on edge. There's also the weather conditions too. So it's always good to note what else is going on in and around these different environments and habitats, because these often give us precursors and leads as to how these animals might behave and how to assess a certain situation as well. But we haven't yet seen Giraffe today, so let's spend some time with Giraffe. We can always move on again just now. It does look like a bull coming through. They really are massive things. Consider about 5 to 6 meters in height, weighing up to about 1.2 tons. They are massive, massive herbivores. And yet so gentle as well. But yes, we do have the giraffe drinking. It did take some time for it to ease on into coming for a drink. But this is also southern giraffe, so a bit different to the other subspecies that we could have shown you today, being the Angolan up in Okakuyo. Here is the southern giraffe, and these giraffe will be found here, obviously throughout the rest of South Africa, into the Kruger and Djuma, and obviously south down into Amakhala and Kariga as well. So, and across where Lauren is in Madikwe as well. So we do have them throughout and in a number of different areas. You can hear the oxpeckers as well. So great listening to the oxpeckers and watching this giraffe have a drink. But we do have somewhere else to go, and we are going to go and join Andrew in Amakhala.
Good morning everybody. Welcome to Amakhala Game Reserve here in South Africa, in the Eastern Cape Province. It's very, very wet this morning. We were meant to go out at 8:30 this morning, but the weather never permitted that, unfortunately. And but we've got a gap now, and we've taken it, and we found some buffalo, which is great. So, morning again. My name is Andrew. I have Morgan on board. BK has gone on leave at the moment. He deserves a break. Shame. So Morgan has joined, and we look forward to having a good time with you. Okay, so they are feeding towards us. It's just quite nice. They've got a few of the birds following them, which are the pearl-breasted swallows. And there's also a fork-tailed drongo that's hanging around, and I did see earlier on a Cape Longclaw just before I saw these buffalo over here. Oh, that's cool, Morgan. Check at that. That fork-tailed drongo on that buffalo there. Ah, it's moving so quickly. So just like we've taken the gap with the weather, so have the birds. So what they're doing is they're actually following these buffalo, and they're going to follow them for a good few hours. And then as these buffalo move through the grass, they're going to disturb insects without even knowing it, and these birds are going to get a free meal. So it's a very clever tactic by the birds. Definitely a good way of saving their energy by allowing the buffalo to flush those insects. If you look carefully as well, these buffalo are eating quite a bit. So what's happening is because of the rain, a lot of the dew would have and rain would have landed on the grass blades, and so it's quite full of moisture at the moment. As they graze, they're going to get a replenishment of water, and it's just a good way to stay hydrated. Okay, and that buffalo with the pink nose is right ahead there. Some of you are quite familiar with her by now, I'm sure. She's very easy identifiable by that pink nose. And shame, the other day it was quite a hot day, and by 36 degrees, was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday or the day before. Anyway, and I saw the tip of her nose was red. So of course, being pigmented on the tip of her nose, she's going to get a bit of sunburn there. Good morning, Jenna. Thanks very much for your question. So, yeah, just like we would, if you were out in the nature and you're getting hot and the sun is sort of making you sunburned, we're going to head towards the shade and the cover. And so, yeah, even the biggest of animals, such as elephant, when it gets too hot and that sun is bothering their skin and they're overheating, they're going to head straight for those thickets or a thick environment where they're going to get shaded by the canopies of the trees. And then also to drink water quite regularly. So on one of the hot days that we had a few days ago, we actually saw this group of buffalo drink 3 times before 12 o'clock in the daytime. So to stay hydrated is going to help them just keep cool. And then also buffalo, elephant and various other animals. So just to go into the clay mud, cover their bodies with that. And then there's a barrier on your skin protecting you from the sun. And it works very, very well. I see these birds are having a good time. Very good view of that fork-tailed drongo. Very smart birds, very, very smart. They can apparently mimic quite a few different sounds, mainly other birds and wildlife. But in the cities, they have been known to meow like cats and, car alarms. They do adopt those sounds in the city. And I do believe you can teach them to talk quite quickly. A very smart bird. So of course there's lots of symbiosis happening here. With the example of the buffalo and the fork-tailed drongo, the fork-tailed drongo is getting a meal But then also, if that fork-tailed drongo suddenly flies off and disappears, these buffaloes are might see that as an indicator that something is wrong around them. Just be vigilant, and can act as a pre-warning device. Oh, there's a rufous naped lark just behind us calling. Okay, this is turning out to be a really nice sighting. They're actually coming quite close to us. About 10 meters away from at least 2 individuals. Wow, there's a big group of pied starlings that have just landed in the trees up there. Okay, so of course there's quite a few buffaloes in this group, and we know buffaloes are quite social animals, so each sort of individual in this group is going to have a role. And we find that the bulls, oh, yeah, you see that, Morgan? The rain's coming this way. Anyway, so the bull buffaloes, their function in the group is to breed with the females, but then also to protect the group. But as soon as there's danger, you're going to find that the calves and the females go into a middle of a circle, and then on the outer sort of edges of that circle are made up of the bulls, and the bulls are going to just ram anything out the way if they're feeling threatened. And then there's certain individuals within this herd which are known as pathfinders, and they're going to lead this herd into areas of feeding, where the water is, and just navigate the group. So there are some very important females in this group which will navigate the reserve quite well, and then navigate the group. Oh, look at this. This one is coming close to us. Should I bend the mirror, Morgan?
No, it's fine.
Is it fine? Right, look at this buffalo. He's really coming up to us now. Wow, that was cool. Okay, so before we came into the sighting, we did park strategically. We parked ahead of this group and allowed them to slowly move to us. And by doing that, they have become very, very used to us. But in the meantime, I think let's head off to Lauren. We're going to stick with these buffaloes a little bit more, given that this rain allows it. But yeah, let's head off to Lauren.
It's actually easy to pick out individual buffaloes. But the gossip on the Madikwe side is getting a bit more interesting. We're positioned very far away, but the smell is, you can smell it from hundreds and hundreds of meters away. And of course, we've got a tree filled with whitebacks. I think it's just whitebacks. Obviously, we're taking a long distance visual. Why? I don't want them to fly off. I don't know the situation on the ground. I don't know if it's still just a carcass or if there is anybody on the carcass. So we're sort of going to stick here for a little while and then slowly and slowly edge closer. It's not really common for scavengers to leave a carcass. But sometimes vultures can fly away, and I don't want that. I think it's incredible that we have another sighting with vultures at Madikwe. And you can see they almost look a bit clumsy in that tree. I mean, they're very heavy birds, and they will be positioned in such a way that they can keep an eye on the carcass. But I think they found it by smell. It was thought for a very, very long time that birds, and specifically vultures, couldn't smell. It was eyesight only. That's not the case. Not even close. They do. But I'm wondering why they're not on the ground. Are they avoiding the ground because something else is there? I'm not sure. Got all my fingers and toes crossed though. And if my meager human nostrils can smell the smell from far away, it has to start attracting others. It just has to. Fiona, you're asking, do we find white-headed vultures? In Madikwe, I believe you do, but they're not so common. I think in my entire time at Djuma, I only saw 2 white-headed. They're more solitary, and naturally it goes without saying that they're quite easy to recognize from their white heads. But I haven't seen one here just yet. I have only seen the lappet face and the whiteback so far, but I do believe you can see white-headed vultures in Madikwe. But I'm just going to check the distribution for you. Yes, you will find them in the summer season. So that's obviously from it's got from about June onwards you can find them here. So in answer to your question, yes. Have I seen one yet? No, but I would love to. White-headed are quite iconic. If you look at the white back that we're looking at right now, it's got quite a slim curved head and neck. It looks like an S. Whereas when you look at the white-headed vulture, they've actually got quite a square head. They've got quite an angular shaped crown, and it really makes them stand out, which is really white, which is where the name comes from. I'm hoping we see more vulture species here though. If any of you are not too sure, I am a big fan of them. I really want to see the lammergeiers, the bearded vultures. They are just stunning, and one of the most amazing places to see them is Ethiopia, in the Simien Mountains. I'm desperate to head back to Ethiopia and go see the lammergeiers. Oh, to have their eyesight. They know what's going on. We don't. The anticipation. I think very shortly we will move the car, just in case we are missing anything. Davi, are you ready? Shall we go a little bit closer? I think we shall. We're doing very long distance visual from here. I see something landing on the ground. It's very far away. It's going to take a bit for us to get there, but I think we should. You never know what we're missing at the actual carcass. Okay. I drive particularly slowly as well because this area is just filled with sickle bush and thorns and all sorts of things that are not great for the tire. Okay, wish me luck everyone. We are going much closer to an extremely stinky carcass, but you guys are going to go over to Alex and Mishatu.
Really has been a fantastic morning so far, and we do eventually have our ostrich here, as well as our ellies have joined us. Lots of ellies today. Unfortunately, we do have to see the other side of life, but that is also the bush. However, it's great to have these ellies here. And it's fascinating that they're actually on this side of the dam, because they normally come far more to the left. Good for us just to note and just to see. It's the first ostrich that we've had as well today, so it really has picked up throughout the course of the day. Great, just watch this eddy spraying itself too. So we're just going to sit and watch, because we don't normally get to see the ellies on this side. And there we go. Not too sure what that's about, but we will keep an eye on it. It's quite possible that these guys might start to swim, so we're just going to watch them for a minute. Let's see what goes down. It's a really interesting sound that I can hear there, and I'm just going to pan across and see what's happening here on the left of us. I do have a feeling that these guys will also move across there to the wallow too, so I'm sure we will continue to see them and enjoy their company, but I do just want to make sure we aren't missing anything either. So our Egyptian goose family, just with the one gosling left. They're the only ones on the side. So we will just join them back at the waterhole and at the wallow and just see if they do decide to get down and dirty and actually engage in a pool party. So we also have a little warthog there. But I do think it'll be a bit more wary and just hang back from these ellies. But I do just want to watch the youngest one there because I have a feeling it might actually get into the mud. So just holding off just to watch and see. So they generally are far more playful. We do have some impala that have come through as well, so it's good just to keep a tab on who decides to come through and how tolerant the ellies will be of them. But it looks like mudding is in order, and they're not too worried about who wants to share the water with them right now. So you can also see just on those ewes, the Impala ewes, how heavily pregnant they are starting to look as well, because we are just about a month or so off of when we should start to expect some of the lambs dropping, or the beginning of the lambs dropping. And it does sometimes happen a little bit more west of us or east of us sometimes first, and then it kind of goes through, and it's almost like a domino effect. So where the rains start to fall first, sometimes, for example, KwaZulu-Natal and in Zululand, the impalas that side might drop first, and then obviously all the way up into the Kruger. And also will depend on rain. So where the rains fall first, we can expect the lambs to fall first. Just something interesting that has been noted. Obviously they try and coincide that with regards to the amount of feed and vegetation that is around, because they still need to produce milk for those lambs. So it makes sense for them to just hold off or wait until those rains do come through for them. It does look like some more ellies. I do just want to make sure we aren't missing out on anyone else that might still be on the other side too. Lots of ellies around at the moment, so I'm sure that mud wallow is going to continue to be busy for the majority of the afternoon. It looks like they're all heading out again. Quite a brisk pace too, so it's fascinating. It's quick mudding. They're probably going to dust themselves off just a little bit off of us as well, so it does seem to be a bit easier for them to apply the dust just off of. From it, at least what I've noticed is that they kind of go off a little bit further from the dam and then spray themselves with dust, but there is a little space just behind that mud wallow where they go as well. It's good just to keep tabs on where all of these behaviors and things happen. Need to zoom out. So I think it's time for these ellies to dust bath, and it's also time for us to see what Andrew's up to in Amakhala.
Okay, thankfully we've had a bit of a gap of the rain, so we can definitely spend a bit more time with these buffaloes, and they're still very much doing what they were doing earlier on, just feeding, slowly moving around, and even some of them are scratching themselves on the branches that have been previously pushed over by elephants, etc. And then while we were here watching, we also saw two bulls sort of having a go at each other. It wasn't a fight. It was just one bull sort of asserting his dominance and the other bull showing clear submission, which was quite interesting to watch, and the grunting sounds that are followed as well. It's very awesome to hear. So I've just been scanning around. I don't see any newborn calves. Some of them are getting quite big. But sure, when was it? Last year, December, I was very close to seeing one of these buffaloes giving birth. And I just got there a little bit too late and the birth had already taken place. But it's a very successful group. They're always bringing up calves, and I see some of the calves are about 6 months. So they're getting quite big. They're looking quite fit. In fact, all these individuals are looking extremely healthy as they are disease-free buffalo. The main disease that sort of we worry about is the bovine tuberculosis, the TB. But bear in mind, actually buffaloes are natural carriers of disease, and they will carry it, and that's one of their functions is to carry disease. Buffalo's having a good old scratch there. It looks like it feels good. So they'll often do this. They are covered in parasites. I don't know where I read this, but in the book it stated that for a healthy buffalo, there's about 2,000 ticks on the body for a healthy individual. And then anything more than that, then they're going to start really getting negative effects from those ticks. But they can carry and have a lot of ticks on their body without actually bothering them. A lot of those ticks are between the back legs, in the groin, the private parts, the armpits, in the ear. Aries, hello, and thank you very much for your question. So it can be difficult if you're not familiar with the differences between the male and the female, but the more you see them and the more you are familiar with them, then it becomes very, very easy. But the males, they form bosses on their skull, which is like a helmet piece, a bony plate, if you will, and there is actually a nice big bull down there. See over there, there's a nice big bull over there. So that's a classic example of a bull. So you can see the bony plate that's on top of the skull, and then the horns will follow. So that helmet piece is referred to as a boss. Now females don't have bosses, okay, so the horns are just growing out the skull individually, if you will. And the bulls are most definitely going to need to have some sort of a helmet or a plate on top of their head because, during fights, for breeding rights or dominance, you're going to find that bulls are really going to have a go at each other. And so to have a bony plate on the skull is going to help them a lot. Okay. And then those with the young bulls that are growing up, so they only really start to reach sexual maturity at about the age of 9 when those horns or the bosses have actually hardened. Before that, you find that the bosses are still quite soft and they haven't completely hardened yet. And then this is where bulls might have a fight with each other and a boss can crack. And if that boss cracks, it's quite severe because the plate is situated directly above their skull. So you can be sure that an injury and blood will follow. And so often the bulls will just wait just until they reach sexual maturity when the bosses become quite hard. And then they will start to look for dominance within the breeding group and then try and promote their genetics as many times as they can. So females don't really need those.
Hukamore. Oh, here's an impressive looking male leopard. Look at that neck on him. He just looks ready for a fight.
This is only the 3rd time that we are seeing him that is known as the Hukamuri male, and he certainly has a lot of character and atmosphere.
This is gorgeous. Hukamuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans that's filled up after that beautiful rain we had last night.
First time seeing Hukamuri, isn't he beautiful?
He's got the babies. He's got the baby. 2 of the babies made it away. He's got the one baby.
Only meters away from me, folks.
For all we say he's a gangster and he's got a face for radio, we only tease. He's actually highly, highly adorable.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused.
It's not just Hukamuri, an elephant's approaching. Look at this. I love it.
So unfortunately we did just lose Andrew there. I'm sure we will get them back at some point. It's very interesting listening to how the different dynamics of the buffalo males and females work, the bulls and the cows. However, I have just been watching some of our impala, hoping to see some more ellies, but I haven't had a chance to go through just because it was quite cool just getting the chance to watch them. And I do think that crocodile is on this side somewhere. So who knows, an ambush might still be sprung somewhere. We just haven't seen it yet. So it's good for us just to have a look. So we do have that ostrich just sitting down and enjoying itself. We have had them, or quite a number of them around as well of late too. So it was cool to see ostrich, and particularly in the numbers that we've seen them in, and also the different behavior that's been going on across the different locations. But this one seems to be pretty chilled and in the direct heat, so they obviously can tolerate quite a high temperature. There are a number of other adaptations that they do have as well to be able to withstand these arid areas. But what a real fascinating thing is that obviously they eat and swallow stones, and these stones that they imbibe effectively help them digest any of the other food that they might be taking in as well. So they use it as part of their digestive process, where they actually swallow stones to help them break down their food and matter that they've consumed. So it's probably an idea just to sit with these warthog, because the mongoose were around, or the mongoose were around earlier. And we might get them popping back into frame, but they are generally very busy and they are constantly on the move. It's not often that you see them relaxing and chilling like we have. So I'm just going to sit here and just see how these warthog go through, just because that ostrich is just taking it easy. It seems that the action is slowly starting to calm down again. We're getting into a calm panic. It's been very action-packed for the last few hours. So we're just going to sit here, just see how these warthogs go about wallowing, just because that wallow increases all the time and there's constantly bigger and better patches of mud that seem to be emerging as them and the elephant kind of mold their space. They are the architects of these water holes, at least here, and of these wallows. So it's good just to see how they go about it and which sides they kind of favor on a day-to-day basis. But most definitely they have kind of stopped that flow and getting it deep enough, so I don't think they're actually at risk of any crocodile that would be around here, because they've kind of got a good barrier of mud in between them and where the croc would come from. So good just to see if we can. Hopefully the wind will play to our favor and doesn't bounce too much. But good just to see how these younger pigs, it looks like they're a bit younger than some of the older ones that we have seen around, how they go about mudding themselves and also just keeping themselves out of harm's way with regards to that crocodile that's there. Always so cool seeing these little dust devils roll on through in the background there, but these warthogs aren't worried at all about those. They're worried purely about getting really into that mud, and you can actually see them kind of gliding along the ground, covering themselves in that mud or that cakey clay that they've kind of made. You can also see them picking it up with their snouts as well, getting their faces in it too. So very cool just to see how they go about that. Actually, how much time and effort they actually take in and spend on doing this. Lots of blue wax balls around as well, and these warthogs seem to have disappeared into an area that's just over there where that fallen vegetation is, fallen over tree. And just make the one's head very vaguely as it comes out, but it's definitely backed in there and wallowing. So I'm just going to pull out and see that we haven't missed anyone. It's because there have been droves of ellies coming through. And although I haven't heard anything, it can be rather quiet as well at times. So it's good for us just to make sure that we do know what is going on. The one warthog seems to have got out, and the other definitely caking itself. Definitely the right idea for the heat in Mashatu right now. You can see them using that trunk also as a rubbing post. So not the only other animals that do that. Obviously elephant, as well as rhino as well. And even buffalo to some degree will also use these kind of stumps or fallen over trees to rub themselves. See, that removes ticks. It also gives a very nice sheen on those posts where they have been. So it's almost like a French polish that goes onto any of those items. And they do look rather beautiful. So while we wait for some further pachyderms and ellies to come through, I think it's time for us to go and find out a little bit more about vultures in Madikwe with Lauren.
Nothing is on the carcass, I'm afraid. I'm slightly perplexed. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just too hot, which I highly doubt for vultures. I mean, they're sitting on the top of a tree. It's not like they're seeking shade. We saw 2 jackals there in the shade. I don't know if the lions are possibly still around and the vultures can see them and we just can't. Their tracks were found this morning leaving this area. But I just don't know what is stopping these animals. Even the pied crows are not on the ground. Maybe tonight, maybe when it cools down, the hyenas will arrive. I'm really not sure. But it is still lovely to see vultures. Even if they're not on a carcass, it's still nice to be surrounded by them, to have them up in trees doing their vulture thing. Vicky, remember vultures covers a large number of species. So I don't think I could possibly sort of answer for every single species. They have a wide distribution and many populations are extremely endangered. But if you look at all the vulture populations and vulture species that you find in southern Africa, it's quite vast. So I'm not sure I can answer entirely what season vultures mate, I'm afraid. I don't actually know. I think you would have to go into specific species and look up their reproduction. So for the bearded vulture, I'm just going to quickly look up my bird app, the Roberts app. It's the most accurate information for me. It doesn't actually say a time. They're presumed monogamous. Male initiates courtship. It's fascinating for the bearded, but it doesn't actually mention when they mate. So I'm sorry, I'm not actually sure. Riley, you're asking about elephant predators. Well, this elephant was killed by 2 lions. So I think lions would be the most obvious predator. But this is a young elephant and not a tiny calf, but still very, very young.
Hyena and hippo walking side by side. Terror etched on the expression of little hippo. Look at this! Last mad dash! Hyena running along beside it. Baby hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo against all odds.
In that tree are 2 carcasses. There's a duiker carcass and a waterbuck. Well, it's not as graceful as... He's a bit hesitant because, well, climbing a tree is not the easiest, but he will get up there eventually. So let's see. There he goes. And look at the power in that. That is a massive 500-pound cat that has just climbed a marula tree and is up in there. How cool is this? I don't know how he's going to do it, but let's see.
So we are back in Okakuyo and we are waiting for the action to hot up again. We can see there's some zebra waiting to come through. So after all the early action we had here just now and everything else that was around, it kind of did go through a little bit of a dip. But there is lots more coming through. And it always happens like this where everything decides to come down and across. And then it gets a bit quiet and then it picks up again completely. So we are starting to see the beginning of the next, I suppose, installment of wildlife coming through, if you want to call it that. So we are just going to wait and watch because it's always cool watching the approach and how nervous they might get or how thirsty they might be. Also, depending on how long they might have traveled or how hot it might be on the day, we can see them kind of getting overexcited and zealous about that as well. So there's a number of springbok, a number of zebra. And just our blacksmith lapwing that's actually quite relaxed for a minute because there isn't anyone around to irritate it. And of course our grebes. But also fascinating here, there aren't as many sandgrass or any sandgrass around at the moment. They were all over the show this morning. We do just have everyone else kind of figure out if they do want to drink. Lots of early action, so as I said, we are just going to watch and see how the numbers kind of build up and then come through again. It might take a little bit of time, but that can sometimes also be a confidence thing. It does look like we do have some zebra coming down for us as well. Hi France, sorry, so generally crocs will move around 1 kilometer or so, and that'll generally be at night, but there aren't any crocodiles here in Okukuyo. There are across in Mashatu, and obviously there are some crocs in Djuma, but not in that Gari Dam either. So a crocodile generally will move around at night, and that's generally when there becomes pressure. So either the water starts to drop or dries out, and there are other crocodiles that might be bigger and they compete, and then they will move off. Otherwise, it'll also just be to move to a new space. So, you know, it's a croc that's growing and it realizes that it is not the right space to be around any of the bigger crocs because they might have less access to food than the rest. So if anything, they might be dispersing younger crocodiles that might join our crocodile in Mashatu. If there were any others that might compete with that crocodile, there would definitely be some form of interaction that would happen. And obviously that would be dependent on the sexes of the crocodile as well. But we can expect crocodiles to move around 1 kilometer or so, and they generally move in or during night is when they move the most. Looking for water, obviously there are anomalies, and you might sometimes see the odd crocodile out in the middle of the day doing that, but they would be quite vulnerable at that time too. massive numbers of kudu up there in the background. So really cool to see them like that. They do form loose associations, so it's not every day you see them in numbers like that. They will kind of splinter off as well in the summer. Obviously when the food is better and it's easier for them, but obviously also in numbers like this, there is a protection mechanism. So more eyes and ears obviously mean it is easier to get by sometimes too. It does look like they're joined by a couple of bulls too. So I'm going to try and get a better view of these sandgrass that have just landed in front of us. Because they're the only ones that are kind of coming down to the water at the moment. It does look like the one kudu's interested. And I think that might kick off the beginning of our afternoon's viewing again. But let's just see if we can get those sandgrass, because they are very cool. So you can see them there on the water's edge. And they've flown off again now as well. So I'm going to have to come out and we'll wait for the kudu to come join us. So we've got our first kudu coming down, and I'm going to sit here and wait to see how many of the others come join her. But it is also time for us to link over back to Lauren and the vultures in Madikwe.
We have a pied crow in the mix now. This particular pied crow that you're looking at swooped into the kill, almost landed, but then didn't. Not one landed on it yet. It's very strange. I wonder if the pied crows just think that they are vultures. Maybe they're just confused. They're not scared of them, that's for sure, and they're definitely substantially smaller. And although the passing of an elephant is very sad emotionally to us, if we just remove that emotion and just think for a moment, it's a large carcass, okay, not as large as it would be if it was an adult, but it is really amazing to see that cycle of life and that process that happens, the scavengers that come in, and although it's very gross to us, just sort of remove that thinking, and the number of bodies that a carcass like this actually feeds. The starlings have been on it, which is quite bizarre to watch. Butterflies are on it. Insects galore, covered in flies. Flies that are not only feeding, but laying their eggs. The vultures, the pied crows, the jackals, hopefully hyenas at some point, and the cycle just keeps going until there's almost nothing left. And what is left will slowly just decay into the ground and actually end up putting nutrients back into the soil, believe it or not. So although it's not very pleasant to think about the process of decay, it is fascinating what one dead animal does for the ecosystem out here. Many organisms would not be able to survive without death. They didn't kill the elephant, but they rely on that. And it's also thought that the nutrients that are actually stored within a carcass, within a body, enter into the ecosystem faster because of the scavengers. So not only are the scavengers eating and feeding, they're also helping that nutrient cycle take place. If you think about it, all living things, including ourselves, are made up of, well, we consist of nutrients that we need to build up our body. There'll be a lot of nutrients there. Zelda, absolutely. It really is a crucial part of the circle of life, and carcasses are very important in nature. And that's why you must always just sort of let them be. And I find it really fascinating to observe, and I think that's just because I am naturally drawn to sort of scavenging type animals that come to a carcass. I do think it is fascinating to witness, although the emotional part of it, of course, is very sad. It's not nice to see a dead animal, but out in the wild, like I mentioned, bodies are reservoirs of nutrients. That needs to go back into the environment somehow, and scavengers play a huge, huge part in that. Especially in nutrient-poor ecosystems. In ecosystems that are struggling and possibly affected by drought and just in general nutrient-poor, carcasses can really help that. And it's fascinating, it's not just, we keep talking about scavengers actually, which I like to say scavengers. Makes it sound just a little bit less negative. Some people think scavengers are it's a negative word. However, it's not just the scavengers that are at a carcass. The moment an animal dies, the race actually begins for scavengers and microbes. So although we can't see it, we tend to forget about things that we can't see. Microbes also want to feed on the carcass, but they naturally are very small and they eat much slower than the scavengers do. So that's also happening right now. We're just not able to see it or film it or really witness it. And there are theories that in this race, microbes versus scavengers, sometimes if the microbes get to it first, it can actually be spoiled by the time some scavengers get to it. I don't know if that's possibly happened here, because I have witnessed hyenas especially eat very, very putrid carcasses. But the vultures are here for a reason. But I'm just not sure why no one's feeding. The carcass is open. We're not going to sit and stare at it because that's really not pleasant. But why is no one feeding on it? Sometimes the microbes will win and they will spoil a carcass before the scavengers get there. So on one hand, you've got all the nutrients going into the soil. It won't be quick, it'll be a long process, but the nutrients that are trapped in a carcass will eventually go into the soil. But the scavengers that eat the carcass will also get a lot of those nutrients. And then they will defecate. So within the poo, nutrients again will be released into the environment. And of course, when that scavenger dies, again, they will be harboring the nutrients that they got from the carcass. And that really is the cycle of life. Once they go into the soil, these nutrients are then readily available for plants, for vegetation. More plants, more animals, more biodiversity. It's a cycle. There is actually a starling eating the carcass right now, but I'm not going to reverse to show you that, and Davi's not able to show you that because it's behind us. But there is one starling. I can't see if it's the Burchells or not, but it is on the carcass. Very opportunistic. Veronica, you're asking how do animals tell the kill is fresh?
Spoiled.
Spoiled. The complete opposite of fresh. It'll be from scent, Veronica. Most organisms, okay, not all, live in a far more chemical world than we do. We do not sniff one another and say, I can smell his hormones or his pheromones or she is coming into estrus. No, we don't really live in a chemical environment, so therefore it's very hard to imagine those species that do. But most insects and even birds, mammals, will live in a chemical environment. And a hyena, for example, finding its way here, not through vision, not through sound, there are no sounds, it'll be through scent. They will end up here, I'm sure of it, and it will solely be through following its nose and understanding the scent of a carcass. So in order to determine if a carcass is spoiled or not, they will understand that through scent. It will have a different scent from a fresh carcass to I was going to say healthy carcass, but I don't think that's right. Unspoiled carcass. All through scent. It's been a fascinating experience, and the male lion we had this morning on Safari Live was one of the male lions that killed this elephant. But they've just, doesn't look like they've ate much at all and just left it. Suspicious. I always use this example, so apologies if you have heard of it before, but that wonderful little series on Netflix, Explained, it's short form factual documentary. It's fantastic. It's only 20-15 minutes, easy to watch, easy to digest, and there is one episode on dogs, and I love dogs. And it just really visually and graphically, which is what we require as visual beings, explains what it's like for a dog to live in a chemical world. So obviously we will never fully be able to experience that because we don't have the apparatus and we don't live in a chemical world. But because we are visual beings and we consume a lot of visual media, especially documentaries and videos we watch, it actually gets to the brain so much quicker than words do. So when you watch this, it's a really great example of how dogs see their world through smell. And whether it's accurate or not, that's not really the point. The point of the episode is to try and teach you that they don't see their environment and their umwelt the way that we see it. They navigate through scent. They're not really using their eyes. You'll notice some dogs my dog used to meet me at the airport. She's no longer with us, but my little beagle used to meet us. And I obviously saw her straight away and I would shout, "Puppy!" She heard the voice and she'd look around, but she didn't immediately see me. She can hear my voice and she would get confused because I've been away for 6 months. It isn't until she actually picks up my scent, then she's able to navigate to me and then she sees me. So although we're very close to dogs, they also do live in a completely different world from us. And I just would recommend that episode to anyone that just wants to sort of see how they portray living in a chemical world. It's very simple, but it's very well done. And that's why you really shouldn't prevent your dog from smelling anything. I read a book recently that said even if your dog is trying to smell maybe something that's a bit nasty for you, like another dog's feces or another dog's urine, unless they're really shoving their nose in it, try to let them smell it, because that's actually really important to them. You need to let them be as stimulated as possible through scent, because that's their primary sense. We are stimulated through vision. We've got Netflix. We've got all of these channels. We watch, even on social media. Even Instagram's turning into a video platform because we watch, we consume. So try and stimulate your dog. If you have a dog and you want to play games with it, try and make sure the game always involves scent. Even if it just means putting a doggy biscuit in one hand and, crossing your hands and trying to get the dog to guess which hand it's in. Although that seems really silly, they will love it because it involves using their nose. Or even if you hide biscuits around the house, go seek, go find. That will be so stimulating and very enhancing for the dog because they're using their primary sense. So try to refrain from restraining your dog not to smell things on a walk. Let them smell. That's how they understand what's going on around them. And even when dogs come to smell you and they push their nose in all sorts of places, they're just trying to understand who and what you are. Spas, nice to hear from you. Conversation topic change. Okay, you are saying that you think both hyenas and vultures have immunity against diseases. Yes, I think you do know that. I'm sure you know that. They have a very low pH stomach acid of about 1, which is very acidic on that scale. Way more acidic than our hydrochloric acid. And it does just blast away any sort of diseases or pathogens that actually enter into the very start of the digestive system. So it doesn't even really get into the intestines or even really sort of the lower half of the stomach. It's very corrosive and very strong, both hyenas and vultures. So that means that their immune systems have actually become a real area of scientific interest due to that. They seem, especially hyenas, they seem to just avoid rabies, anthrax, canine distemper. All of these diseases and fatal viruses don't seem to affect hyenas, and it is said to be due to that stomach acid. I mean, they can digest bone. If they can digest bone, then whew, it's pretty impressive. As soon as pathogenic bacteria, I guess, gets really into that digestive system, I'm talking about going into the intestines. The intestines is the area where all the nutrients are reabsorbed back into the body. So once it gets into the intestines, you're in big trouble, and it can then cause a sort of commensal gut flora imbalance and also can really affect the microbiome. So once that starts, you're in big trouble. But with hyenas and vultures, it happens way before it gets into the intestine. As soon as it comes down the esophagus and into the stomach acid sort of blasts every piece of pathogenic bacteria away, if you like. Most of the vultures have flown off. I really am not sure what's going to happen with this carcass a little bit later. I'm intrigued. I wonder where the other vultures have flown off to. It's nice just to see how patient they are. Vultures are incredibly patient. It's been a really warm, sticky day. Thank goodness for that breeze. And we are not downwind of it. No. But still, we are just going to sit here for a moment and just enjoy watching these scavengers wait for their moment. How many vultures are left in that tree, Darby? 3? 4. We will move on soon because really, I mean, there's just not much happening on the ground. It has been fascinating all the same. It definitely wasn't like that springbok kill we had the other day. That was frantic and it was such a frenzy.
Find a way into the kill to eat, get their fill in there as well. But they're also going to be told off. See, lions are not great at sharing their food. Okay, guys. Let me just taking frustration out on the other lion, but you see, it was interesting.
Myself and Sebastian were looking for the Birmingham Pride sub-adults, and we just found them stealing a hoisted baby impala carcass out of a tree. This is incredible. It's the first time I've seen one of these youngsters. Whoa! Quite a good chunk there. Nearly fell out doing it. She might fall backwards. She's actually lowering herself down the tree. It's the first time I've seen a lion do that in person.
So unfortunately we did lose Lauren and Davy again. However, we are back here in Okakuyo, and slowly we are starting to get some more action here in the waterhole. I'm going to zoom in for now because we have some springbok that have joined us. And everyone else is still hanging around on the peripheries, and I'm not too sure why that is, because everyone was hanging around just now. But watching these springbok immerse themselves, because they do really get pretty deep into the water, is quite cool. So looks to mostly be a little bachelor herd that is here, and we can tell that just because of the width on the horns. I'm sure there are some... Oh wait, there is a female there as well. So lots of males here anyway, but we will just watch them and see how they go about drinking as well. It does seem like after all the excitement of a few hours ago, everyone's kind of taking it easy. Either lunch break or siesta here in Okakuyo at the moment. Those kudu have been around for quite some time as well, but not interested in drinking currently. And neither are the zebras. So we're still just waiting for everyone to come down so we can get a better look. Lots of our Cape crows again, and they do occur here in large numbers, as well as the pied crow. You should be able to see both. Pied crows being a little bit bigger than the Cape. This does look like actually a bird of prey, so I'm going to just zoom in again. Yes, and we have a tawny eagle, so that is fantastic because I've been able to show that. They really are fascinating birds as well, so I'm hoping it turns around and gives us a better shot. Up, up. Let me just try and zoom out and try and catch that. So unfortunately, I think we might have missed it, but very cool to see. Nice pied crows. And the Cape as well that have been around. More pied today than Cape. Trying to see where the eagle went off to. Unfortunately, I think it might have flown away. Oh no, there it is. And we will have a look, and I will confirm that it is a tawny. So what's interesting is if this is indeed the tawny that I hope it is, this is probably the widest occurring eagle in the world. So they occur from southern Africa here all the way across to basically southern Siberia, across Asia. And actually the oldest record of one in the wild was a tawny eagle that lived to about 60 years of age. So they are really cool birds. They do occur in different color morphs as well. So it's not uncommon to see them in the brown. We'll also see them in a tawny and white, even sometimes a darker morph as well. I'm just coming up. I'm pretty sure it is a tawny eagle. Yes. Really cool to get different raptors on the dam cams. I'm going to have to come out because it is giving us a few issues here. Hi Darian, well I'm very happy that you actually got to see one for the first time, and even better that you got to see one here in Escape to Nature. And obviously it always is better seeing them in the flesh, so I do hope you do get to see one of those too as well at some point. So it's cool. I really love their scientific name being Aquila rapax. It's such a nice name. But interesting how unperturbed it is with all the springbok that are around, and they will even take baby springbok fawns or calves. It's not uncommon for that to happen either, and they can sometimes even be found on kills, like different kills, different carcasses that might be around. You might often see these birds on those as well every now and then. But a really, really cool eagle. But yeah, the first eagle I've had at least on the dam cams. So awesome. I'm happy that, although it is a little bit bouncy, we are able to see and view and ID this eagle. So because it is quite rare for us to see these things, I'm just going to leave us on here and just watch it, and just you can see how alert it is, and just checking around what is going on. And we'll maybe have one or two more drinks, but I don't think it'll be hanging around for too long. And that was the end of the tawny eagle. I can also hear white-bellied sunbirds around, and it does just seem that the springbok are really our only friends at the moment. I'm sorry, I don't know why the controls always do this to me and zoom right out, but some zebra are slowly getting thirsty. So we will just sit here with everyone else. Just watch and see as everything comes through again. It does look like this is slowly the plan, or the plan of action at least. But that really was cool. What a nice sighting.
Every day brings something new here on Wild Earth. Whether it's ostriches dancing at Amakala, elephants chasing wild dogs at Madikwe, or a royal leopard standoff at Juma. Now, you never have to miss a beat. If you are not always able to watch live, then download the Wild Earth app and you can catch up no later than 1 hour after the live show has finished. Wild Earth, it's in nature.
Always skittish, the zebra, but it does seem like more and more are coming down, and we do have some gemsbok, and we haven't really had many of them around today. I did notice the odd herd, but when the elephant came through, they pushed off. Obviously they don't need access to water like the other antelope around here would every day. They are far more well equipped and arid or desert adapted than a lot of the other species around here. So it is also just cool to see them. And they are also the national animal of Namibia. So great that we could showcase and highlight them while we are here. I'm hoping we do get a better shot of them now. Do just want to come out again just to make sure we aren't missing anything else that might be happening on the other side. And if those gemsbok do come down, we'll definitely get a better view of them because we haven't had much time with them today. Hi Heather, and no, this water pan doesn't dry up. Actually, in front of us is a little spring or borehole, and this dam is pumped. So there's constantly water here for the animals. And this is also why they are attracted in such big numbers. It's also where, if you are watching with us, you always notice the elephant like to congregate right in front of us, and that's because the fresh water is generally right there, and they drink it straight from source, basically. It did take some time for all these zebra to come and join us, but at least they have now, although they are quite skittish. Here come the gemsbok as well, so we're just going to hang here with them. And you'll note the difference between them and these black-faced impala that are also here. We haven't seen them yet today. We have seen the other impala in our other locations, but this is also great to see. So we will just wait and just watch and see how everyone kind of interacts with each other, who holds hierarchy, which species are more alert or more skittish here as well. So the zebra do seem to be quite skittish. These gemsbok seem to be quite chilled. It's one of the largest herds of these black-faced impala that I've seen here to date. It's really cool just having them here as well. So where I can, I'm going to try and get a little bit closer. Obviously there are some springbok there as well, but you can also then note the difference in size between the springbok and impala. But quite clearly there we can see the black faces on these impala as well. Very cool to see, and you can see that they are also ready to pop. Very pregnant girls indeed. We'll also be able to notice that this springbok ram right in front of us has lost some of its left-hand horn. That zebra braying there almost sounds like a dog barking. But just interesting and just cool just to notice different species that we do have around here. Please do remember, this is a live and immersive experience and your safari. So please do send through any questions, comments, things you might notice, or anything else you'd like to chat about. We'd love to answer your questions, or talk you through any of the thoughts you might have on any of these animals or wildlife experiences. So please do send them through. I think it really is crucial just sitting and watching the different antelope species that are around here, and it's awesome when we do get the opportunity to come in so close, because you can start to notice all the subtle differences that are there. Obviously the males and the females of these springbok have horns, and you can note that the females and the ewes of the impala don't. The rams do, the females don't. And the difference between the springbok males and females is obviously that the males have a far thicker base and bigger horn than the females, who have a far thinner horn. And what also is quite interesting is that springbok are effectively the smallest of the gazelle species. Very closely related, and the smallest. They're smaller than Thompson's gazelle, which you would get up in East Africa. So I'm going to come out a little bit and just see what else has decided to join us here. Eventually having the gemsbok come through, so this is great because I've been wanting to showcase them along with everything else. We've had a very good day when we've had the opportunity of showing each of the species that have been around. So it's almost like everyone has had their own time in the light, or in the spotlight. I do find gemsbok to be very, very beautiful indeed as well. Very interesting horn structure on this oryx that's coming in. The horn on the right almost being bent. Kind of like a weird antenna that's going off or falling off. But none of us can be perfect all the time. So we're waiting very patiently just to see how these gemsbok come in to the water at least. And to see how deep they're prepared to go, because they generally do get quite deep here in Okaukuejo, so it is cool just to watch and see how they are going. Very skittish today, so I'm wondering what they can smell or what might be in the area that might be putting them off. Because it is possible that there is something in the area. Hi Logan, who's 12, and that's a very good question, because sometimes they can, and there are certain antelopes that actually have adaptations where you actually hear their hooves almost expand and then come back and click, and that antelope is the eland. It's not impossible for small pebbles and that to get wedged between their toes, although obviously antelope will be able to kind of run and open that out, and hopefully that would fall out. It's not unheard of that that would have happened to an antelope. Obviously it would depend on the size of those stones and pebbles as well though. Very cool that we also have the acacia pied barbet back. Haven't heard it for a while. So nice to have that around as well today. A lot of interesting birds. It's been a very cool day so far. Sometimes dry, but we have been rewarded many times throughout. It's probably time just to zoom out because these game stock didn't do what we wanted them to do, although we can't expect wildlife to do that. So there are still some wildebeest in the background and they haven't come through. So we're just going to hang here because this is where the action's at currently. I think it's time just to keep watching those springbok as they drink. And we can wait for those wildebeest to pluck up the courage and come on down. But nice to have some springbok wading in. So we will just keep a good look.
The Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes, the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
So we're slowly waiting for everyone else to get their confidence up, come through and have a drink. Though it does look like it's a bit hazy, a little bit overcast almost. At least that's what it seems like when we have zoomed out. And I'm sure that that is contributing to everyone else not really being as thirsty as what they would, but it does mean that they will be coming through at some point as well, because they are congregating and definitely keeping an eye on the water. Again, those are the sandgrass that have just flown off. Sorry, I did come out a little bit too far there. I do want to just go back in. Kind of just monitoring who is in and around and thinking of coming for a drink again. Looks like something spooked these springboks, so we are kind of left with no one at the moment, just people in the background. Things in the background are people. So still can see wildebeest, some of the gemsbok, obviously some springboks still milling around. And I do just want to keep a good look as to what is going on, because it might be something interesting that decides to come through. Hi Paul, so there are a few birds that would be endemic to Namibia at least, and there are a couple of hornbills that are found around here that we wouldn't find here in South Africa, that being the Damara and Bradfield. There's also a very cool little parrot called the Ruppel's parrot. And I'm trying to think what else that I know of that would definitely be different to what we would see here. I will just pull up a bird list just to reconfirm, but those three definitely are specials for this area, at least if you are from where we are in South Africa. So let us just have a look. So do just bear with me. I'm going to go through and just see if I can see anything that is a real special on top of that. So I am just still looking through here and just checking what else, but definitely Bradfield hornbills. know that I would want to see one of those up there. Prats and coals, but you do get them in other areas. I did mention the Damara red-billed hornbills. A dusky sunbird would also be cool to see. There's the Herero chat. So there are numbers of little special birds as well, so definitely to keep your eye out. And obviously there are specials around. I do need to do a little bit more delving in, but those are definites that you would definitely want to see in these areas. Northern black Quoron would be another. Rosy-faced lovebirds, and kind of am getting to the end here of this list, so I will stop calling them out now and we'll focus on some other things, but just good to go through and just make everyone else aware of what is very interesting up there. See, flufftails are always cool and very hard to see. Track chat. I need to look at that, but that also seems very interesting. A white-bellied Quoron is another. But again, birds also have wings, so they do fly. So, you know, it might be said that they're found here, but it could also be, depending to seasonality, and also up to their movement, how they fly and move around as well. So I'm kind of hoping that all these animals come down, but it is important that I do make everyone aware that today Escape to Nature will be extended and Pebble Beach will only be back tomorrow, and that is sadly due to some bad weather that is happening down in Betty's Bay. However, we will be with you for another hour, and I'm hoping that these animals do come through and start to play with us. But obviously it is the heat of the day, but please do be aware that we will be extending Escape to Nature this afternoon for another hour. So you'll still be with myself, Alex, and you will be with Lauren and Darby as well. Quite a quiet afternoon after a very, very busy morning. So we are just going to have to just wait and be patient. Sometimes when you are on waterholes and in the bush, it is a patience game. But also, again, this is a live and immersive experience. So do let us know of anything else you want to chat about with regards to this. We will obviously try and keep you going with what is around, but we do love to hear from you. So please do let us know if there's anything you have noticed or would like to chat about. So again, there is our little blacksmith lapwing. Obviously with everyone taking a back seat and not coming through, rather relaxed. We don't hear them calling around like they have been. Lots of zebra action again today as well. So we're just waiting for everything else to kind of pluck up the courage and come through. There was quite a bit of action actually about 10-15 minutes ago, and then they did try and get, or started to get a bit spooked, so we are waiting for everyone to kind of return. But the springbok have been around all day. So we're going to just scroll out a little bit and just wait and see what happens with the rest of the wildlife that is here in Etosha. But while we wait for them to come down to have a drink and for their numbers to build, we are going to shoot across to Mashatu, have a look and see what is waiting for us there. So we now have some wildebeest and a little warthog. It does seem like as we bounce around, we very fortunately get some more action. Although it is very hot, at least here and in Okukuyo. But good to have the warthog and everything else hanging around as well. So it's been a very, very busy day and very hot and windy as well across most of the locations. We have had a number of Eli come through here, and there was a very big herd of Eli as well up in Okukuyo too. But good to have wildebeest here at the moment. It's not often that you see wildebeest here in Mashatu just because of the lack of grass, but the area that they are in is one of the more suited areas for them. Just off the Limpopo floodplain. So there is a little bit of grass around there for them. And obviously as we come into summer and it starts to rain, this area will get a little bit more productive for them. But it looks like they're leaving us along with the warthog. So we are just going to make sure, or we'll wait for them just to hang out or leave the frame. And we will shift across and just check the mud wallow, as well as keeping our eyes out for any of the baboon or any of the mongoose that have been around lately. Also a possibility that we might see some jackal. So we haven't spent too much time with the different warthogs, but this is a nice big boar, it seems. I'm just going to watch and see what it gets up to, if it decides to hang around. I do think with the heat, everything is kind of looking for the shade. So I'm going to pan across though as well and just make sure that we haven't missed anyone or anything. Ah, we have a giraffe. We did have one earlier. This is our second giraffe of the day. And you can see quite clearly that lovely spit. So we also, again, just going to sit and watch and just enjoy the moment. Yes, Carla, they really are, and it's always so busy here in Mshathu, in particular with the birds. Unfortunately, we can't show you all of them all the time, but it's great sharing the different birds and the variety of bird life that is here in Mshathu. But great just to also sit and just watch a giraffe drink. It's not every day that we get to do that. So it's very cool. Just allowing this process to happen and unfold. You can hear some warthog obviously again, so they clearly have hung around. Maybe we will get them in the waterhole behind us in the wallowing at least. Quite a quick jump up to normal height there for the giraffe after bending over and drinking like that. But they are always very alert around water, and you would also be if you had to contort your body like that to drink. You can also hear the red-billed oxpeckers again, just flying over and around us, so maybe an indication of something else coming through. We'll also keep our ears peeled. Ellies do like making a noise, and it is time for them to be swimming, or at least throwing some water on themselves. That is very cool, just watching this giraffe drink. It seems to be quite relaxed. This is the third or fourth time I've seen it go down now. So really quite chilled. lots of little oxpeckers coming through. So, as I said, is a bit of a precursor. It might be hanging around because of this giraffe, but we can probably assume that there are other animals around, quite possibly some elephants, as well as bigger numbers of other things. So, good to keep an ear out for them. Always note their presence. See enough of the H2O for now. So while we have this giraffes back to us, time just to have a little look around, see where those warthogs might have got to. So we now have the warthog and the giraffe here, so hopefully both will stay around for a little bit. Definitely quite the chorus or song going on behind us. As you can see, lots of birds coming in and out. I suppose one of those days today where we just have to be patient. So it has been one of those, but we have had a fantastic day of sightings anyway. And we did hit our numbers of 12, 13, and we had black rhino at top of a tawny eagle that came through to visit as well. So although we've had some times where we have been lacking wildlife at the waterholes, we have had a lot of interesting things come through and a lot of fantastic behavior to watch as well. We also had the lilac-breasted rollers calling around here in Mashatu as well. Unfortunately, we didn't get any of them rolling. The one or two might have been, but they did sound like they were just perched just behind us. So it's quite tough to gauge where everything is at times. Hi Daniel, yes there is. So for example, Veru eagle owls, or as they were previously known, giant eagle owls, will actively hunt birds of prey, other birds of prey. So within a kilometer radius of them nesting, you generally don't find any other birds of prey in that area because they will get hunted at night. So they do take other birds of prey. So I suppose that is conflict, and obviously if you watch for vultures on a kill, there is a general feeding conflict that will go on and hierarchy that needs to be adhered to. So there is that, and then also you will also see, and you would have heard of, miners or other parasitic birds around certain areas actually chasing out local birds too. It also sometimes happen in some of the urban areas with regards to the parakeets that have now shown up, also taking up breeding space of more indigenous birds or the indigenous birds. So there is some schools of thought and some things that obviously need to be tabled and chatted about with regards to managing those populations. But there are definitely conflict, or there is definitely conflict between birds and bird species. But even Egyptian geese are prone to having conflict with them in amongst themselves, being a little bit territorial, or quite territorial. So not uncommon at all. I do just want to follow and watch those warthogs because they are around and I can see them there at the wallow. So you can see just 3 of them, and obviously the quelea as well flying around and drinking. Although I can't get that close in because it won't be too stable with this wind. You can see all those small birds, the quelea, they're drinking. And obviously the warthog that are in and around the wallow. So just great just to spend some time, just watch them. And even just see how their family dynamics go. There's also Egyptian goose also right in front of us, just there at the borehole spring or pump. So some interesting scenes. I do love watching the little shimmer of those quelea, so it's always awesome when they are around in the area. And you also just hear that flutter of them going through as well. And it's actually very, very fun to listen to when you are in an area and there are lots of quelea. And if you do get to ever experience that, when they do fly through or around, you actually almost hear all the little wing beats as well as they go past. It really, really is something cool to listen to and to experience in a lifetime. Just as everyone is aware, we do want to thank you for sending through your votes for our 2 new vehicles in Djuma. We really have our jobs cut out for us, and we are so excited to find out what the 2 new family members will be called. So let the tallying begin, and we will be announcing the winning names very soon. So do stay tuned to find out if you voted for one of the winning names of the 2 new family members in Djuma. Giraffe is still around, just kind of moseying on through, just feeding on some of those acacia in the back there. Senegalia as they're now known. An easy, pretty relaxed Saturday here, that is for sure. But great that we get to spend time with all this wildlife and the plethora of wildlife that we've seen today. So we're just going to hang in here with this giraffe and those warthog. Just make sure that we are entirely immersed. So you would have noticed as I panned across and we watched that giraffe feeding. These giraffe, what they'll do, and this happens with a lot of browsers, is they'll go from tree to tree, and what happens is when they initially start to feed or browse on these trees, those leaves or that vegetation will be quite sweet. But after a time, these trees will release a tannin, and they will allow those other trees also that are around them or surrounding them, also of a series of connections underground, so bacterial connections underneath the ground that they are being predated on, and they then secrete a tannin that allows those leaves to then go quite sour, and that would then mean that the giraffe is now eating sour vegetation or browse or any other browser that was there, and that would then be the signal to then move to the next tree or little area where they could then feed on the sweeter stuff again, and again that process then starts. So it's once those trees start to communicate and release those tannins, that is what then forces the giraffe to move on. So you never ever see a herbivore sitting in the same area or on the same tree for many hours browsing away, because effectively that tree is then under attack. The leaves are obviously how they photosynthesize and create their food. So what they do is they have developed an ingenious way of creating a tannin. So they turn themselves sour, those leaves sour, and then those herbivores, browsers, move off because of that. So that is basically kind of what we've just watched with regards to the giraffe just feeding here and there. And they have allowed the tree then to obviously not have all of its leaves browse off at that time, but the giraffe has also been able to feed, and the process then continues. So that will happen throughout the day in the different areas where they are. almost telepathic that happens. So we'll just wait and see if he does pop up. But again, there's some red-billed oxpeckers around. We're just going to wait and see. But as I did mention earlier, you can spend up to about 5 minutes underwater, so it might take some time. So we will have a little pan around and a scan. And hopefully get lucky when he does decide to pop up, and hopefully he'll be a little less camera shy for us. We will also just make sure that we haven't missed out on anything else. But also with the sound of those oxpeckers, it is probably likely that something else might decide and join us. So I don't want to miss that. Again, the red-faced testicular around in the background. It's quite a common sound around watercourses, at least. So let us just see what it is and what else is around. So I'm just going to leave the camera here and just wait for Jimmy just to pop out again, because it won't be long, and he is there, and we're just going to zoom in. Hopefully we will get some visual of those terrapin with him as well. just waiting just to see here what is going on. Chewy, because he seems to be pretty relaxed. Hi Nadia, so depending on how much water is in an area and the competition as well, they can live in harmony, although they sometimes don't. And it's not uncommon for hippos to bite or even get aggressive with those crocodiles, or even for some crocodiles to even try and take baby hippos. So it does depend on the areas and how much water, and also the time of the year, as to how happy they will be with regards to sharing the same space. And generally it will be the hippo that will command the respect in that situation. So they are the ones that will definitely have the hierarchy there. So, although Dewey is stealing the afternoon, there is another character that is going to be stealing the show from Dewey very shortly across in Ukukuyo. So, as I have been saying this afternoon, it is very much a patience game, and with us being this patient, we have been rewarded twice. We have had black rhino twice today. And this has really been a highlight for me, and I'm sure for you as well. It's really so great to be able to spend time with these rhinos. I did mention to the viewers earlier that this is my favorite pachyderm, and I really, really love seeing black rhinos. These ones obviously being a bit bigger than the ones we generally get in South Africa, so obviously the same family and same species of black rhino, but just different races. So these are far bigger than the races of black rhino we get in South Africa from KwaZulu-Natal. And these obviously then also differ from the black rhino we find in East Africa as well. But fantastic to see, and really so cool to be able to spend some time and observe a black rhino just drinking. And even at this time of the day, it's normally only that you will see them at waterholes around early morning or in early evening, or even throughout the evenings and nights. So to just take this opportunity just to appreciate something so prehistoric in the middle of the day, after us really having to wait and be patient, this is really just a cool way to have a Saturday afternoon watching a black rhino in Etosha. It does seem that it was wallowing in that earlier. You can almost see that water line on it. So that's how far it would have been submerged or even wallowing if there is a little mud wallow around. And much like the elephant here as well, lying and rolling in the dust here with that Kuilcrete deposit, that is also why they'll be far whiter in the area as well. And that's obviously to do with the substrate. Does look to me to be a bull. Pangolins galore, yes it is. And the fact that we get to spend this extra hour with black rhino, even better. And what's something so interesting about rhinos just in general is we generally think that, and I'm hoping to get a side profile here, that their ankles are right by where their feet are, but they actually are not. It's where you would think that their shin starts, or their elbows, that is really where their ankle is. And up there where we think that their hip is, on their shoulder almost, that is where their knee is. So it's just a very different body structure, and obviously very prehistoric. But just something interesting to note as well. But we are going to spend quite a bit of time, or as much time as possible, really just watching this rhino, just seeing and appreciating it. Not every day we get to see black rhino. So what's so cool is also because we can get quite nice and close up on this black rhino, is that at least we can almost, and we can kind of make out that hook lip, that prehensile lip of theirs. And that obviously does assist them in eating what they mostly eat, which is browse, but they are obviously very keen takers of succulents and other softer things, so even euphorbias. So that prehensile lip assists with all of that. Very, very cool spending time with black rhino. It was quite fascinating as well, depending on where you see them, or how close up you can see them, as well as that they do sometimes also have almost like chafe marks underneath almost their armpits and that as well. Obviously when they do butt horns and that with each other, that can get quite aggressive too, so it's not uncommon to have seen them after being in a fight, but that does depend on the area. As I did note earlier, here is very much an area where these black rhino are very social, and it's not uncommon to see more than one black rhino in a sighting, but that is more so at night, and they do congregate in large numbers at night. And they really are special. But you can see it is predominantly relying on its ears as a major sensory, or one of its major sensors. Their eyesight isn't too good. They can only really see around 10 feet or so in front of them. So they use those ears, and their ears are constantly moving. And obviously their sense of smell is very good too. You can kind of make out each ear is almost like its own periscope, much like the eyes of a chameleon that move around in all those different degrees as well. So those ears are constantly listening for different sounds and things that might be approaching as well. Makes sense when you are often in deep and thick bush. Clearly also quite a thirsty black rhino. We've spent a long time with it. I'm surprised it hasn't actually got into the water just yet. Was hoping we would get to see that too. Definitely, Susie. It really is special when we get to see these unicorns still with their horns intact. And this one was a really thirsty black rhino with its horns intact. I'm sure of its quota of around 72 liters odd a day that it would drink. It has probably taken on just around that. Definitely backing out, but hopefully it might just chill around for a little bit longer because I'm thoroughly enjoying this sighting as well. As you said, Susie, fantastic that we got to see this one with its horns on. So as I was talking about earlier, you can make out what I was saying with regards to its ankles being right at the top there of its feet. So what we would think almost like its knees, which aren't, those are its ankles just off. So it's the foot, then ankle, and then its knee much higher up on the body. Very interesting. But let me make sure that we do keep him in our frame for as long as possible, because this is fantastic. And to say that we had a second sighting of one today is even better. You can see how armored and robust black rhinos are just from this side, and also the difference between them and the white rhinos, how they would be a grazer and how the white rhino is actually more predominantly a browser or a grazer, and this obviously being a browser. So you can see also because of their head structure and their neck structure how much higher up set that neck and head is. That obviously leads to them being browsers, and with white rhinos and their heads being down and in the dust and on the grass all the time, almost like big lawn mowers, they are far more suited to grazing. So you do note the differences in that way as well. But what a cool animal. Heavy and pretty fast as well for its size. So they're around 15 kilometers faster than elephant. They can hit speeds of around 55 kilometers an hour, with an elephant being around 40 k's an hour. So much faster than elephants. And really not something to have running through the bush at you. Many a guide and his guest has been left to climb trees because of these these rhinos.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
It's so cool just watching this rhino scratch its chin. And even the jawline as well. So really, really something interesting to watch. I'm not too sure how many of you have ever watched this, but this is really fascinating behavior that we can see going on here. Of course, even getting its horn right in there, all parts of its face, chin. It looks like it's also licking that stump, so it could be that there are some deposit there as well. Not uncommon for them to take minerals like that either, so definitely having a good old scratch after a lovely drink. I'm sure it's off for a whole bunch of feeding after this. But really, what a special time. What a nice way to finish and end off a really productive Saturday. so awesome to be able to just sit and watch a rhino do its thing, and in particular black rhino, or at least for me, not to say that white rhino aren't cool, they are very cool and really much cherished as well, but for me this was a highlight for today. I thoroughly enjoyed just watching it go about and doing natural in its own habitat, doing exactly what it wants to do, how it wants to do it. Definitely looks like it's just licking that stump. It's quite fascinating watching this. So it is time we draw to an end of Escape to Nature, but it has been a fantastic end of Escape to Nature today. We have been sitting with this black rhino for quite some time, and not only have we watched it drink, we have seen it scrub itself, rub itself up against this fallen over tree, and also now licking it. As I said, a real fantastic time on Escape to Nature, and unfortunately we did lose out on Penguin Beach today, but they will be back tomorrow. And I do hope that everyone stays tuned for a live safari just now, our sunset safari. But really from me, Alex, and from Lauren, and from David, thank you very much for staying with us on this Saturday, and wishing you a great Saturday further.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.